Sorry for the shaky camera. Um, it's Monday, and today I wanted to talk about a different topic. Um, I was asking my wife yesterday, about what she thought about the live streams, and she said I should diversify my topics more, and I agree with her. So I am going to do that. I don't want to just keep talking about the same things over and over, ad nauseum, because it might bore people. Plus, there's a lot of things we can talk about. I'm not. I'm still going to keep talking about philosophy though, but what I'm going to do from now on with philosophy topics is I'm not going to just say let's ask me a philosophy question because frankly, a lot of people don't know very much about philosophy. At least philosophy, qua philosophy, that is in the capacity of, you know, actual philosophy. um, and there's a wide breadth of things that can be covered within philosophy. When I cover philosophy in future live streams, I'm going to just talk about specific topics within philosophy. And I think it'll make it fun and more engaging that way instead of relying on my audience to have some sort of, prior information on philosophy, and many of you don't, and that's nothing wrong with that. I'm supposed to be the one educating you guys, not the other way around. Although I would love for people to, let me know about stuff, and some people have. But for me to guide the conversation, I want to you know, make more narrow topics within like certain discussions like philosophy or science or psychology. So now, whenever I talk about, say, philosophy or psychology or something else, I'm gonna pick out something specific to talk about instead of just the whole domain, which can be overwhelming or, you know, maybe completely something absent of what people may know anything about. So from now on, like if I talk about philosophy or psychology, I'm gonna pick out specific topics within that domain. And like I said, I'm going to diversify the topics about a lot of different stuff. And but every week, I'm still going to have like a day where we can just have a day where you can ask me any questions whatsoever, guys. I'm not going to stop that because you know, regardless of the stream, people will come in and ask me random questions about things that have nothing to do with the topic given. And so what I'm going to do to keep the conversations more focused is I'm not going to reply to comments that don't have anything to do with the specific conversation. If people want for me to respond to things on something outside of the topic, they'll have to drop me a cash app. And once I'm monetized, I'm gonna start doing super chat live streams, right? Um, People who want their question shouted out, they'll be able to donate to the super chat, and it'll actually like put their comment right there across the screen for everyone to see, and I'll answer it that way. But I'm not going to keep answering random questions that have nothing to do with the topic. It's distracting. So if people want me to answer a question that has nothing to do with the given topic that day, then they'll have to drop a cash app. And if I'm doing a super chat live stream, they can donate to the super chat and it'll broadcast their comment across the screen for everyone, which I'll answer. But I'm not going to keep answering random topics. Like if we're if we're talking about like the current election or something like that, and someone comes on the screen and asks me what do I think about the quality of life in the world or something stupid like that, I'm not going to answer. I'm just going to ignore it from then on because it's dumb and it has nothing to do with the fucking topic. It's like go smoke granola on your own time. So, with that being said, um, this stream may be brief because I may be going to the gym with an hour or two. Not sure yet, but in relation to that, I want to make this conversation all about Men's Mental Health Month because it's not really talked about that much as I've seen in the media. All I talk about is Pride Month. Who gives a fuck? Sorry, I don't. But um, yeah, let's just talk about Men's Mental Health Month. Okay. Daryl, what's up? Thank you for coming in. Jose, what's up? Pokerman is back. What's up, Pokerman? Not horses look at you being so contrary. Not being contrary, I'm saying I'm going to focus my topics of the live streams because people want to talk about anything they want instead of the actual topic. But when I give a day, when I say ask me any general question, those same people who ask retarded ass questions that have nothing to do with the given topic aren't anywhere to be seen. Or there's been days when people say ask me questions and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna do an entire live stream on that question, and they don't even show up for that stream. So from now on, I'm not answering random questions that have nothing to do with the topic. If you want me to answer a question that has nothing to do with the topic, drop a Cash App. My Cash App link is in the description. You can check it out in the bio section of my channel, or you can catch it at the end of each stream. It'll be in the description. But I'm not answering random questions anymore unless it's a day where it's ask me any question topic. Every week I do a day where I say you can ask me any question you like. And a lot of people don't show up except for my regulars who show up for every stream. But the people who want to ask random ass questions never show up for that day when I do random questions. So from now on, you're not gonna waste my fucking time. If you want to ask me a random ass question, you're gonna drop a Cash App. I don't care if it's $1, $2. That's fine. I have no, there's no prerequisite on the amount. It can be $1, $2, whatever the limit is to drop a Cash App, which I think is $1. Whatever. I don't care. That dollar can be put to some fruit snacks. Cool. Or coffee. I also have a Buy Me a Coffee app. You can go there. If not to Cash App, I have Buy Me a Coffee or Venmo. Either way, if you want to ask me random questions, drop a Cash App or buy me a coffee or donate to the Venmo. But if not, then let's stick with the given topic. Unless it's a day where I say today's topic is ask me any question. And I literally do that every week. Every week I have at least one day, sometimes I do it twice, where I say you can ask me any question you like. And I don't see people showing up for that, but they want to ask random questions to distract against the specific conversation we're having on a given topic. So no more distractions. I'm just going to ignore your comment, and if you troll, I'll just ban you off the platform. Period. Full stop. That's how we're running it. That's nothing to do with being contrary. It shows that you literally don't know the definition of what contrary means. J.A.C says, "How's it going? What's up, J.A.C?" C.J. Johnson is picking up some political vibes. um, J.A.C says, "Men's Mental Health Month. Think it's overblown these days. I take pride in handling what life throws at me and being strong for my family. Call me an old soul, but we need stoicism in today's men." Yeah, but that's a misinterpretation of stoicism, as I've said before. Stoicism, what people call stoicism today, this is why I have to put on the philosophy cap. What people consider stoicism today is just some McDonald's version of self-help that a bunch of business people have decided to utilize, and a bunch of people who want to always put the emphasis on individuals to do in their lives, when often it's society that's crumbling around them, that's making them have certain feelings. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. Anywho, heard the door. I'm not going. It's like several other people in this house. They can answer the door. I'm getting tired of idiots not being able to answer the door. But and him is one of the first people. I'm ignoring your fucking question, him. If you want me to answer a random fucking question, drop a Cash App or get the fuck off my live stream. I'm tired of random ass questions from retards like you. Plain and simple. But yeah, so again, Men's Mental Health Month doesn't encompasses a lot of things, you know. But like I said, the whole Stoicism thing, most people don't understand Stoicism. If people want to actually understand Stoicism, don't go to these self-help gurus peddling some McDonald's version of Stoicism. Go to the original authors of Stoicism, like Marcus Aurelius, and a bunch of other folks from the Hellenistic and ancient Roman periods, who wrote about Stoicism. And it's not a one size fits all thing, because there was different variants of how they interpreted Stoicism. One guy was someone who was heavily who was heavily influenced by Socrates. Actually, that was the first version of Stoicism. None of this has to do with just being um, uh, emotionally blunt. That's not what Stoicism means. It doesn't mean it being emotionally blunt. That's the way it's interpreted now in the McDonald's version of Stoicism. Because again, this is something peddled by a bunch of self-help gurus, most who don't even have any professional or formal background in academic philosophy, and are usually people hired to give these little dumbass TED Talks, and by businesses and other corporations who want people to suck it up and basically deal with a shitty life by putting all the emphasis on them just sucking it up. That's the antithesis to Men's Mental Health Month. You can embrace being stoic and doing what you have to do and getting through the daily grind without emotionally blunting yourself. That's not what Stoicism is really about. So that's all I'll say about that right now. Rados is gone. Tired of y'all fucking retards. J.A.C says Tony Soprano would say whatever happened to Gary Cooper, the strong silent type. Yeah, but Tony Soprano was also suffering from anxiety disorder and having panic attacks, so he's like not the best example of that. He literally had to go to a psychiatrist, and then in the real Costa Nostra, he would have got whacked for going to a psychiatrist. I mean, Michael Franzese has a YouTube channel. He was a former mob boss, and I believe the Colombo family. I can't remember, but Michael Franzese is an actual mob boss. He now has a YouTube channel. He reformed his life after he went to prison, became a born again Christian. Now he lives his life doing talks, being a motivational speaker, stuff like that. And he's commented on Sopranos. He loved the series, but he and a bunch of other former mob people said, someone in the life going to a psychiatrist, he would have got whacked. And on top of that, like I said, Tony Soprano wasn't stoic. Like I said, when you flip out and kill people out of anger, that's not being stoic. When you're sitting there having panic attacks because you suffer from general anxiety disorder, that's not stoic. that's not a good example. Someone who's stoic is someone who still has all these feelings and emotions, but they still do what they have to do at the end of the day. Is like I said, most people have a very skewed version of what stoicism is, or what being macho is. So being macho doesn't mean being devoid of feelings. It means doing what you have to do despite how you feel about it. Kelly says Tony wasn't the hero of the show. Yeah, he really wasn't. BSK is back. Skank is banned from the channel. Fucking retard. Get off my fucking channel, you fucking hump. And yes, I'm talking to you, not or. First of all, you're not funny. You're just a fucking troll. And like I said, if you're not going to contribute to the conversation, get the fuck off my channel. If you want me to answer a random question, drop a motherfucking cash app. If not, get the fuck off my channel. I don't need you, and I don't make money off of this, so I don't give a fuck what you think or anyone else. Period. Full stop. QED. Bye. You're gone. Loser. BSK and stolized. I don't get that. Clay says stoic doesn't mean not asking for help when you need it. Exactly. Most people have a very skewed version of stoicism because of these little self-help gurus who peddle a very like McDonald's version of stoicism after they've read like one paragraph of something that someone said from 3,000 years ago, and now they think they know stoicism. But these self-help gurus are a bunch of con men, and they're they're you know, pretty much making a straw man of what the stoicism view is. Sort of like how it's sort of just like how people was misrepresenting Zen Buddhism like 20, 30 years ago, when that used to be the hot topic, was trying to peddle self-help gurus was trying to peddle a form of Zen Buddhism. Like, you know, you could even go into the stores and buy the Zen garden. And I'm like, that is the most un-Zen thing I could ever think of, is buying a Zen garden out of a mass marketed garden from some mega store that gives you a Zen garden. Like, are you serious? It's the same thing, like I said, with Zen, like how these self-help gurus were like trying to market Zen Buddhism 20, 30 years ago, and obviously had no fucking understanding of what Zen or Chuan, you know, Buddhism is actually about. Joshua Taylor says strong silent types are the ones that commit suicide. Didn't Rock Hudson commit suicide? I believe. Um, and I don't believe it had anything to do with his sexual orientation, by the way. So I don't want people saying that. But a lot of people, like I said, I've suffered with clinical depression, and here's the thing you guys need to know about people with clinical depression. More than likely, the the people you see that look happy every day, those are the ones who are the most miserable. We put on a we put on the happy veneer when we're in public, because for a lot of men, that's our that's our superpower. We put on a happy face despite how we actually feel on the inside. So it's not the person who walks around looking like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh that you need to worry about. At least they're actually expressing how they feel. It's the person who doesn't express how they really feel, that always has on a happy face, that you need to worry about. Like I said, Robin Williams was a perfect example. No one knew that he was suffering major depressive disorder. He always looked happy. He was always full of energy. He was suffering on the inside, and that's how clinical depression is. So, you know, it's very complex. And then if you get into how it's expressed in children, it's even more complicated. This is why Men's Mental Health Month is important, because our concerns aren't taken seriously by society, especially in the mass media, which is mostly driven towards the whims of women, because most most advertisers make more money, you know, catering to the whims of women than to men, because men don't shop that much as a pair as opposed to women. Guys might shop once or twice a year for each given major season, whereas women shop all year round. So they're the ones who are marketed to by advertisers, and hence TV programs that cater to these advertisers will also cater to the women who are the consumers. So a lot of men's concerns go unheeded. Especially, you look at daytime TV, it's just a bunch of cackling women for a bunch of middle-aged retiree, a bunch of housewives and middle-aged and retirees to watch. All that stupid stuff that comes on like the Jennifer Hudson show and Tamron Hall and all those other stupid bitches. BSK says lack of display of true feelings dictionary. Oh, for stolid. I get you. No, but I was saying stoicism. We're talking about is a a view of is a philosophical view dating all the way back to ancient Greece, and that's and I think people confuse being stolid with stoicism because that's sort of the fast food version of stoicism. Is just being stolid, and that's not all that stoicism encompasses. That's just one aspect of it. Joshua says, I know because I've been that guy. Kelly says, we were raised that way by our boomer parents. Boys don't cry, etc. Exactly. Um, I, I remember my stepfather, he was teaching me to use my skateboard when I was little, uh, this is in the 80s when I was a little kid. And I remember, I was on the board and he was pushing me. And then, I stumbled and fell off and he accidentally, smacked me upside the face but he just gave up on me. He's like, oh, I guess you just gonna cry now and stop practicing. And I just looked at him like I, I didn't even feel that way. I was gonna just keep going, but it seemed like he lost interest, thinking I was gonna like just cry or something, which is not really how I was as a kid. I mean, that only happened once. But I guess because of that one time that happened, not while I was skateboarding, but something else that happened, that I guess he thought I was going to always react that way. But I was fine. I was ready to keep on going with the skateboard. So, my father definitely is not someone who is in tune emotionally with his feelings. He's a typical boomer, but he's also an asshole, which I'll have to do. But no, we can talk about it in this segment. I was going to say we can do a whole different live stream on talking about asshole fathers, but as this relates to men's mental health month, I'm more than willing to talk about it. Tamworth, I'm not answering your fucking question unless you drop a cash app. You're not contributing to the conversation. Again, new week, new rules. If you not, don't ask me a random question unless you drop in the cash app or contribute to the conversation. Or wait until a day where I'm doing a live stream on just asking random questions, but I'm tired of answering random questions that have nothing to do with the topic. It's a waste of time. If you're not dropping the cash app, don't ask me a random question. Shut your fucking mouth, get off the live stream, or contribute to the conversation. BSK says Rock Hudson was closeted in that time. Of course, a lot of celebrities were. I mean, you know how many celebrities were, riding the rainbow at the time? People I didn't suspect, like Marvin Gaye, Richard Pryor, um, uh, who's the guy that played the Godfather? Hold up. Marlon Brando. I'm sorry, but yeah. Um, think about. I mean, it makes sense. The entertainment people who go into entertainment don't typically come from a very masculine background anyway, because you're performing. That has never been a place of masculinity. It was being a performer, entertainer, actor, singer, stuff like that. So he was in the closet though, Rock Hudson, surely that would have weighed on him. No more than anyone else. Most people who engaged in same-sex activity, that just wasn't something they talked about. It it wasn't something to wear proudly on your sleeve up until the 90s, when we started talking about PC and LGBT rights and all that sort of stuff, which blossomed in the 90s. Before then, most people kept their sexual behaviors behind closed doors. So, I mean, and even some still do now. I mean, we didn't know about P Diddy until this stuff came out. Well, I mean, it insiders knew, but I mean, people outside of the music industry didn't know about his sexual nature until all these things came out last year. Although there had long been rumors about it. And there were some people, in the industry that had outed him long time ago, but that was kind of kept under wraps until it was exposed through his criminal behavior. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people. Like I said, the entertainment field is going to attract a lot of gay and bisexual men, because entertainment has never been a place for it wasn't entertainment industry has never flourished for masculine men. So, but I can't say it weighed on him any more than any other person who kept their sexuality to themselves. Lily Hayes says, "You hold so much anger. Do you emotionally, verbally abuse the people in life about the front door being answered?" Huh? Stick to the fucking subject. We're not gonna go off subject. I don't care about your red herrings. If you're gonna ask me some red herring question, red herring means evasion of the issue. If you're not gonna talk about the given topic, drop a cash app, Lily. Otherwise, stick to the subject. And trying to play that reverse psychology doesn't work on someone who's actually trained in psychology, dumbass. Anyway, Joshua says, is it exaggerated in the black community, do you think, the idea if uber masculinity and not admitting to sadness or negative feelings? So it used to be. So here's the thing, like, I firmly believe in in the black community, there's a lot of mental health issues. Like here in the greater Baltimore area, I remember my mother's friend saying that he believed like at least 90% of Baltimore has mental health problems. And I was like, nah, that's exaggerated. Then now that I've gotten older, I'm like, yeah, he's probably right. I was like, it might be probably much more than that. Um, as far as hyper masculinity, it it does happen in, like, particularly like in the inner cities, places where there's a lot of violence and fatherless. So here it is. So people misunderstand the whole concept of toxic masculinity. The way it's used now in pop culture and by a bunch of leftists and progressives and fanukes within the rainbow community and feminists, of course, like, they want to call basically all masculine behavior toxic masculinity. That's not what it means. Toxic masculinity, which comes from, it's actually called hyper masculinity, is a byproduct of young men that come out of fatherless communities, which means not just they didn't have a father, but there is an absence of fathers within the community. We see this in the inner city, and we see this in communities around the world that tend to be war torn places of refugees and constant warfare and gang warfare, stuff like that. And because of that, they tend to be raised within homes just by women, and they reject the behavior of women and cling on to exaggerated masculine behavior, which is violence and aggression, and is displayed through, crime, uh, gang-related activity, all sorts of stuff like that. That was hype. That was the concept of hyper-masculinity, and yeah, that is a problem in the black community because people often get mad when conservatives say, "Well, what about black on black crime?" But that is legit because here's the thing. So there is a point that people on the left make that pretty much everyone within the communities within the U.S. tend to be racially segregated, and so most people make crime upon the people whom they live in affinity towards. So if you live mostly around other white people, then it's going to be mostly white on white crime. If you live mostly with an Asian community, it's going to be mostly Asian on Asian crime. If you live mostly within the Latino community, it's going to be mostly Latino crime, right? But despite that, when you look at black on black crime, the rates are just so much higher in both absolute numbers and in relative numbers. It's just higher, which means there's just a higher rate of violence, period, within the black community. Even once you tease apart all these other factors, which means there is a glorification of violence, and that comes from hypermasculinity. And one of the root causes, one, not all, but one of the root causes of that is coming from poor, fatherless communities. So yeah, it is a definite problem. GJ says, "Oh man, I want to tend to asshole father check out live baggage over here." You and I both, brother. Like literally, like I had to go to therapy because of it. Literally, because it's been common in the red pill community and the manosphere spaces to just talk about how women have failed us in the West, and particularly in the black community, how single black mothers have been like a detriment to the black community. But none of us given attention to some of these asshole fathers as well, which I have one, and I'm willing to go there. BSK says Brando. Yeah, Marlon Brando. I had to think of it first. It took me a second. Joshua says you can be gay and very masculine. Admittedly, gay men do tend to be more feminine, though. Yeah, that's that's correct. Mercanoid Peanut Butter's back. He said people say specific race historically have more issues taking mental health seriously, but it seems like while that sometimes is true, it seems much more a class and generational issue. It's a combination of things. Um, Non-white groups tend to see mental health as a moral failing because they don't they were not raised in communities where they had access to scientific psychology and mental health professionals. Um, and some of them see, and some of them were raised to see any mental health problems as a moral failing, even though almost everyone could point to someone in their family who suffered from something. The guy, the uncle or the brother who always stayed inside his room all day long and never talked with anyone. Um, the I can name so many different things, but people aren't. Well, like look at the Japanese. Like there's a whole word for it that this not classified within psychiatry here in America, but they had to actually use the Japanese term hikikimori. I think is how you could say it about these are shut-ins. Is they have an overlap with um with agoraphobia, which is people who are afraid to go outside, stuff like that, and associate with others. Hikikomori is very similar to that, but they tend to be like males, younger males who are complete shut-ins, won't like come out. They won't even come out their room, deal with family half the time. Like the family just has to leave like meals at the door, and usually this may just keep going on until like the family either forces them out the house or puts them in a mental institution or something like that, which is usually a huge embarrassment to the family. So a lot of them will just keep them in the house just so they won't draw attention to the family and bring embarrassment to the family. But yeah, a lot of non-white groups don't deal with psychological health issues in a productive manner. They rather just either ignore them or see them as moral failings of that individual instead of looking at how society contributes to those mental health problems. And then yeah, it's going to be generational because younger generations now are more accepting of mental health than previous generations. There's even been like maybe like a for some folks, specifically younger women, I think some of them have even been using I'm going to therapy as a flex, which is just weird. But I've been seeing that within like certain spaces online that there's women who actually try to use going to therapy as some sort of flex, showing that they're privileged. They can just take you know counseling, psychology to better themselves, which is sometimes just used as an excuse for them for being assholes. Eric Lapointe is here. What's up? He said this chat needs an Eric. We always need an Eric in the chat. So far, we have 4 of you guys. We need to get one more to make it 5. Eric Lapointe says, "You think that's real with Puffy? Which part? Like that he swings both ways? I definitely think he does, and he hasn't denied it. Like when all the stuff came out a few weeks ago, he didn't deny that. He went. He had that sort of behavior. What he denied was that he was doing anything criminal, but he never denied that. You know, he was swinging both ways. So, if that's what you mean, yeah, I think he definitely does. I think he definitely is bisexual. I mean, he's been, like I said, since ever since I've known Puffy in his career, he's always been zesty. Like I said, the very first time I seen him, and that was before I knew him as like as a music mogul or anything, was he was the first thing he did was back in 1991. He was a background dancer for the group Fine Young Cannibals with the song "She Drives Me Crazy," and he was like sitting there wearing the little tight spandex, dancing all fruity. And I didn't think about it because I didn't know who he was until later on when he came out with like Bad Boy Records. And then people was like, "Oh, that was the guy who used to do the background dancer thing for Fine Young for that in that music video for Fine Young Cannibals." I'm like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "Well, kind of zesty, but whatever." I was like, "But that's the music business. There's a lot of effeminate men in the music world." So appreciate it, Eric. He said, "Lily, this guy's the real deal and very honest." Like I'm just honest, guys. Like I'm not gonna blow smoke up your butts. Ben Sala, that has nothing to do with the current topic, my friend. Like I said, if you guys want to talk about stuff that has nothing to do with the given topic, like existential questions and all that sort of stuff, drop a Cash App, please. Like I said, Cash App is $1. But I'm not gonna talk about things that don't have anything to do with the topic. The topic is Men's Mental Health Month, so we're talking about mental health and how it affects men because it's not something that's addressed very much in the media because everything is given attention to women in mass media when you look at TV. So BS cases for fairly sure. Marlon Brando was trisexual, did surreal actions just because. Not joking. No. So Quincy, the music producer Quincy Jones said this a few years ago. He's like Marlon Brando would fuck anything. Like He said, "Get that man." He said, "Get that man drunk. He would fuck anything." Like, so yes, I think it was pretty well known within Hollywood at the time. But again, this sort of stuff didn't fizzle down to, the everyday person who just watched movies and they, TV, because we weren't as we weren't as we weren't as closely connected to celebrities as we are now through the internet and paparazzi, like back in like the 50s, 60s, and 70s. So, BS putrefaction likelihood. Max says, yeah, you're right about that. It's what men think what men should be, but it's not, right? Joshua says, I lean left, but I very much believe in healthy displays of masculinity. I'm also sure hypermasculinity can be toxic. No, hypermasculinity, by definition, Joshua, is toxic. That's what I was saying. The concept, the the pop culture concept of toxic masculinity originally came from hypermasculinity. But like I said, like most things in pop psychology, is the original concept has been abused and stretched beyond its original meaning. Hypermasculinity, or aka toxic masculinity, was a defining feature of young men who came out of fatherless homes, usually be, because either these um, either because in these communities the men weren't prized to be within the homes, like we see in the inner cities of America, where a lot of women would rather have social welfare than have men in their homes, or in other parts of the world where a lot of these men are absent because of war. So, like, we see this in parts of Latin America, parts of Africa, and parts of Asia, and parts of the uh, parts of the former Soviet bloc within Eastern Europe and Central Asia. We see these things. We see these in more primitive societies as well, that engaged in endless tribal warfare. So hypermasculinity is by definition toxic, and that's what toxic masculinity is. But in pop culture, especially on people in the politically left, they just want to call anything that's masculine toxic, and that's just an abuse of the word. But yeah, hypermasculinity is always toxic by definition. Eric says, I had an asshole father also. That's probably why I got into fighting, because I had no one to go to. I can understand that. So, um, I've actually talked about my father in previous videos, but like, you know, he's been an issue when I was younger. So I remember he made me start working at the age of 13 because he thought, well, a boy should be working, because apparently when he was a kid in the early 60s, late 70s, he had like a paper route. So the first thing he tried to say is I should be a paper boy. I remember calling the newspaper, I think it was the Baltimore Sun, and this is in the early 90s. And they was like, yeah, we can't give you a job. You have to have your own car and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, okay. And I told my father, he was, oh, well, it wasn't like that in my day. I was like, well, yeah, motherfucker, this ain't the fucking 1800s. So since I couldn't get a job at 13, he had me, when he was a professor at Howard University, um, assisting the custodial staff, cleaning up the offices there. And they didn't pay me. Like, he just paid me out of his own pocket for assisting the custodial staff there. So that was like my first job, up until I was 16, where my first official job was working at Burger King. But apparently he thought I was slacking because, um, I didn't have a job when I was 13 years old. Then I remember when I was 16, it was either 15 or 16. I remember for my birthday, he gave me a birthday card with, I think, like $20 or something like that, and then took me to the hardware store, bought me a rake and a bag of trash bags, and said, for your birthday you can go make some money raking up leaves. looked at him like, the fuck. I even had an auntie call me one day, that same day, because apparently, I guess my grandmother probably told her, and she was like, "I know you're pissed." I was like, "Yeah, I am." I was like, "Who the fuck?" I was like, "At 16 years old, I want my driver's license, not a fucking rake and trash bags." Like that pissed me the fuck off, and it gets better. So the last year of high school, I moved in with him when I'm 16, senior year of high school. Moved to the DC suburbs, and for my birthday when I turned 17, he allows me to take driver's ed. And younger folks, you may not get this, but so like it was so it was the coolest thing when you got to do driver's ed. Like you never saw kids so like motivated to learn outside of a gifted and talented or AP course. Everyone's all excited and amped up in the because this was like when Sears used to have the driving course. Some of you older folks might remember this when Sears, um, department store used to have the Sears driver's ed course that everyone used to do to get your certification so you could get your license. So we were all, excited. I passed. I still have my certification in my folder of like my old documents and stuff. But we were all excited, and I graduated from the course, and I was thinking my father was gonna let me go get my license. So after letting me take driver's ed for my birthday present, he told me, I'm not letting you get your license because you're gonna make my driver's insurance go up. So until you can pay for car insurance, you can't get your license. I was mortified, guys. And again, I'm just telling you guys minor stuff. I'm not telling you major stuff right now. I can get into some major stuff later, but this is just minor, little itty bitty things, just to give you a little sampling. But I was like, how? So I had a job at the time, a part-time job at a hardware store, this little mom and pop store, and so I had money to pay for car insurance. So I actually called the and one of the insurance agencies, and they was like, "You're a minor, you can't get your own car insurance." And they was like, "And you can't get car insurance on someone else's vehicle." I'm like, "Oh, okay, I didn't know that." Which meant I was just shit out of luck. I can't afford my own car. Again, cars, this is not the 50s and the 60s where a car was going to cost you like $20. Like I didn't have money for both like the car insurance and a car at the time. And like they said, I was a minor, so I couldn't get my own car insurance, and I couldn't take out a policy on someone else's vehicle. So I was just stuck not being able to drive, even though I was like, "Why'd you even let me go to driver's ed if you weren't going to let me get my license?" He's like, "Well, you're not going to drive up my insurance premiums." And I'm like, "What a fucking asshole." But like I said, this is just minor stuff. I can get into heavier stuff later, but I want to get into the comments first. Cole Howard says Hikikomori. Thank you. I know I wasn't saying it correctly. BSK says saving face. Uh, Joshua says I feel pretty sure that not being allowed to be an open bisexual would have negatively impacted P Diddy's mental health. May have contributed to his committing domestic abuse. No, no, we're not giving him that saving grace. His whatever his sexual orientation is or is not. First of all, he's been freely able to express it. No one has held him back about it. Just because he doesn't talk about his sexuality to the public doesn't mean he hasn't been able to freely express it, because apparently he's been freely able to express it. He's a music mogul, a billionaire. He does whatever the hell he wants. He just doesn't talk about it publicly because bisexuality is not accepted in the hip hop community, which is largely a very masculine space. But also, suppressing your sexual orientation does not lead to domestic violence. That is not at all connected. Not at all. He does not get the benefit of the doubt. He's just a fucking degenerate. I mean, at one point his bodyguard told him he better not raise his hand to his mother. His former bodyguard Gene Dill, his Puffy once was cussing his mother out, and his former bodyguard Gene Dill said, "Hey, you better don't ever talk to your mother like that in front of me." He said, I will knock you out." And he was like, "Nah, man, she doing such and such." He's like, "I don't care. That's your mother." So no, it has nothing to do with him, with his sexuality. He just he has psychopathological problems that need to be addressed. It has nothing to do with him suppressing his sexual orientation that leads to him committing domestic violence. It's not, especially when he can freely express his sexual orientation whenever he wants. It's just something he chose not to talk about. So I'm not giving him that out. Eric says, "Haha, true stuff. My dad was never in my life, and I had a paper route." Yeah, like I said, I wanted a paper route because I thought it would be fun. Because I remember watching old shows like Dennis the Menace, and the old Atari and Nintendo game Paperboy, and playing it in the arcades. So he was like, and I had a dirt bike, so I thought, hey, I got a dirt bike. I can just ride around the block, delivering papers and get paid for it. That's not how it's done. Like paper, like people who deliver papers were grown men. So BSK says Burger King. Yep, that was my first official job. I stayed there, and I ended up getting fired after a few months because I don't know exactly why, but I'm pretty sure they saw it. I kept eating while on the line. But the irony was I didn't start doing it until I saw other people doing it. Like I kept seeing other people like grab fries and tenders and stuff while we were fixing the food. So I started doing it because I was always hungry. Like I'm still hungry now, but I was always hungry as a kid. Like I didn't get enough to eat as a child, nor as a teenager, nor even as an adult, except for like in college sometimes. Well, yeah, sometimes in college. Other times I was starving in college, but I didn't eat a lot, and I was always hungry. So I started seeing other people eat on the line, so I started doing it too. And I probably did it too much and ended up getting fired. But I worked there long enough to buy this really nice leather jacket, which lasted me for like a decade. um, and girls started thinking I was sexy because I had my little leather jacket. It was real leather. You could smell it. I was so happy to get this leather jacket. You just don't understand. But that was my first official job. Like I said, my first job, which wasn't a real job, was like I said, work helping as custodial staff over at Howard University when my father was an adjunct professor there. And I don't know how he thought humiliating. Like, if you're a fucking professor, why would you want your kid cleaning up with the custodial staff? Like, that's stupid. He's a fucking moron. Wigwan, you're gone. Fucking idiot. BSK says that smells pervasive. Eric LaPointe says always hungry. Definitely got fatter. This is I got a fast metabolism. That's I hate when people say that, but actually, that's because there's three different body types. There's the endomorph, mesomorph. What's it? Endomorph, mesomorph, and ectomorph. So I guess I have more of a endomorph body type. No one's perfectly one or the other, but usually fit somewhere within the three types. So I'm more of, I guess, an endomorph. So I don't really gain a lot of weight. Um, if I eat a lot, I'll just lose my musculature. But yeah, I never got fatter when I ate a lot. Also because I probably didn't consistently eat a lot. Like I'll gorge out for several days, and then other days I'll rarely eat anything. And that's usually just from a lack of funds, not from a lack of appetite. Soldier 49 says hello. What's up, Soldier? Eric LaPointe says 3 things. Interesting, makes sense. Yeah, so it's the three. Most people fall within 3 body types: endomorph, mesomorph, and ectomorph. Ectomorph are the guys who's gonna tend to be bigger, despite trying to stay in shape. Mesomorph are like your more stocky, your more stocky, muscular type folks. Endomorph are like your smaller body frame sort of people like me. And like I said, not everyone's a fits in perfectly with either 3, but more or less you're gonna fit within one of those 3 categories. Right, Joshua says the 3 somatotypes. So like I said, mesomorph, endomorph, and ectomorph. Thanks, Joshua. Eric says, getting on my way to getting back to what I should be. That's what's up. I always tell people, like, if you're looking to, for folks who are looking to lose weight, it's really no secret, despite all these little fitness gurus and all these little idiots on Instagram and stuff. Like, a lot of these people on Instagram teaching people how to be fit. First of all, most of these people need to admit that a lot of times they just have genetically athletic bodies. Like I do. Like, I would be remiss to not say that I'm just not that, my body type is just, I'm always going to be slim, more or less. That's my body type, endomorph. But trying to shame an ectomorph for not being fitting the more sexy look of what people think physically fit men should look like is not helpful. They can get to that point, but it's going to take a lot of effort, and it might take some things outside of fitness, like maybe some cosmetic procedures or taking things like Ozempic, because you know, you gotta take Ozempic because, otherwise poor people can only afford Lizzo. But no, yeah. So, but no, seriously, like for folks who want to lose weight, cardio every day. Like I see a lot of overweight people always want to go to strength training to lose weight, and it's useful, but I don't think it's as useful as running. I know, but I think cardio is harder for heavier folks, and I understand that. But cardio is going to be superior than strength training and losing weight. Also, a caloric reduction as well. What I don't tell people is I don't tell them to do a diet. I don't think diet. I don't like diets for the fact that, one, many of them tend to be unhealthy, and two, they're like something. The best diet is something that you can just make your overall way of eating, instead of it being just something to get down to a certain body weight rather, and then you stop and go back to your normal way of eating, which is just not helpful, because if you go back to your normal way of eating, then you're just going to gain the weight again. It has to be a sustainable way of just eating overall. So I tell people, just eat what you want, just within moderation, and make sure that you're burning more calories than you're consuming. That's how you lose weight. Plus, you can't. Then another thing is you can't target fat on your body. Like, you can't say, I just want to get rid of my midsection. That's not how it works. Like, I know everyone wants to get rid of that visceral fat on their gut, but when you lose body fat, you lose it everywhere. So you have to be prepared that you're going to lose fat everywhere on your body, not just in your gut. My lo-fi pause. Let me get that back, guys. I know a lot of people like the lo-fi, and it's relaxing. Joshua says it does get harder with age. It does. You just want to put in more effort, right? That's where it comes to maximizing both. Like, as you get older, you're gonna have to do both strength training and cardio to maintain it, right? Like, when you're younger, you could just like hit the gym, you're good. But I think a lot of people who hit the gym hate cardio, and that's the wrong answer. That's the wrong answer, soldier. You're gonna have to do that. You're gonna hit that cardio. It doesn't have to be running, but it has to be something. It can be jumping rope. It can be rucking. If people like rucking, like you can just put on that backpack and go out on a trail for a few hours. Go rucking. You can do that, which is good for combat fitness too. Um, or or do a hit workout, stuff like that. So there's many different ways to get that cardio in, but I would say if you hitting that cardio every day and the caloric reduction, you're gonna get there. Then, like I say, you want to do the strength training just to maintain your muscle tone. Access burpees will get me on track. Yeah, burpees are rough. um, but yeah, those will get you there. The burpees, the planks, flutter kicks. So I'm not doing a diet, just less. Yeah, I don't do diets. I just say eat whatever you want, just eat within moderation, eat smaller portions. And then another thing is, if you're trying to lose weight, instead of just eating once or twice a day, eat several times a day. Like you should be eating like 4 to 5 times a day if you're trying to lose weight, because you're eating smaller portions throughout the day so that your body doesn't feel like your body never feels like it's hungry and starving. Because when you only eat once or twice a day, the body stores it as fat because it's thinking it's not going to get enough nutrition, so it stores it as fat. But if you eat 4 or 5 times a day, it's going to continuously burn it off. So that's another trick for people losing weight. Caloric reduction and eat 4 to 5 times a day. Tamimi, how are you? Says I dance. Um, and hit the boxing bag for 40 minutes. Good stuff. J.A.C says, do you think body shaming in any way is beneficial? Telling a friend he looks like he gained some weight may inspire him to get back. Yeah, body shaming has its role in society. No one wants to shame anyone now. Everyone's perfect the way they are. No, they're not. No, they're not. Someone needs to tell Lizzo being morbidly obese is not healthy, and telling others that it's okay to be morbidly obese is not okay either. Like you're literally shorting your lifespan by being morbidly obese. Like they can actually calculate how many years you're taking off your life by being morbidly obese. Body positivity is a sham. This is why the South Park made fun of it so well in their newest episode on Paramount Plus. Body positivity is bullshit. Now, people shouldn't be endlessly mocked and ridiculed for their body weight. But yes, that's a role in body shaming. Guys do it all the time. They be like, dude, you got fat. Like, for real? Yeah. Nigga, you need to hit the gym. Excuse my language. But yeah, guys are more blunt, but girls, no, girl, you look okay. Like, if women claim Lizzo is beautiful and perfect just as the way she is, but if you call a girl Lizzo, they'll take it as an insult. So it shows that they're not being genuine. Ingenuous, that is. I'm sorry. Joshua says, my issue is portion sizes. For sure, I eat mostly healthy, whole foods, cooked at home, just too much. Yes, so having a portion control is, so I think that's an American phenomenon. Like I know in Japan, this YouTube channel I watched, Mrs. Eats, and she was pointing out how like when she visited America, like the different portions and restaurants and stuff like that, like people want big portions, and leads to like overeating. If a trick to the trick to having appropriate portions is the size of the plates you put them on. If you put them on smaller plates, that's a trick. Put them on smaller plates, it looks like you don't realize you're eating less. Also, eating slower too, because being in the military, we just scarfed everything down to eat as quickly as possible. But eating more slowly and using smaller plates and bowls is a way of tricking your mind as well into eating smaller portions. Thanks, Eric. See, he's talking facts. Joshua says, I think some people respond to shame positively, but plenty will respond by giving up and leaning hard into self-destructive eating behaviors. Yeah, like I said, it's not a one-size-fit-all thing. I was just saying that body shaming does have a role in in conditioning people's behaviors, but again, it shouldn't be to the point where you're endlessly mocking people, because you can, hurt people if that's all you do is mock them for their weight. But no, my point is that it's come to a point where everything is accepted. Nothing should be shamed. Like we won't shame people. We don't shame people for overconsumption of food. We don't shame them for sexual promiscuity. Excuse me, sexual promiscuity. We don't um, shame them for financial irresponsibility. We don't shame women for having a bunch of children out of wedlock, despite what it does to society and to those children. Um, it's not okay. Like, sometimes there is a role for shame, definitely, but yeah, no one. But it shouldn't be. There's a balance. It shouldn't be to the point where you're making people's lives miserable. Obviously, and of course, some people are more sensitive than others to criticism, so that has to be kept in mind as well. Plus, what some people think is constructive criticism can be just completely cruel, something my father didn't grasp. So you're absolutely right, Joshua. It has to be a balance, but there is a role in shaming, but it shouldn't be to the point where it's dehumanizing other people. J.A.C says caloric reduction, eat regularly, and a good night's sleep. Yep. Eric says, Joshua, yeah, I agree. Um, Guys, tell it how it is and listen. Yep. Tamim says, yeah, man. So yeah, for folks who are trying to lose weight, like, and even though we're talking about Men's Mental Health Month, physical reflects on the mental. Always remember that these, like, we like to act like these are separate things, but these are all things connected. Like, if you've ever taken like a health course, they'll tell you that all these things are part of health. There's the social aspect, there's the mental aspect, there's the physical aspect, there's the economic aspect, there's the cultural aspect. All of these things are connected with health, or spiritual as well. And Timmy says, true, brother, I eat a lot. I do too, well, when I get a chance to, but like I said, it's not regularly. I hit the lottery, I will be eating a lot more. Or when I'm back overseas, I eat a lot more because my wife cooks for me. I have no one to cook for me here. And I'm not usually one to fix stuff from scratch. My wife will fix stuff from scratch. Like, she makes corned beef. Like, they eat corned beef hash in the Philippines in a way. It is so good. Like, it is so good. It's not like that canned corned beef hash here. Like, she makes it from scratch, guys. Like, the potatoes, the don't, well, she gets the hash like in a can, but other than that, everything else, like the potatoes, everything, like, is just good. Because she was actually nervous I wouldn't like it. I'm like, yeah, this stuff is good. um, yeah, I eat well when I'm overseas. This is another reason why I want to be back over there as opposed to being here. Glue says, um, actually, let me put on my glasses, guys. I'm sorry. That's why I put them right here beside me and I forgot to put them on. Blue says, it's been 2 years since my mom passed due to colon cancer. My dad got extremely stressed out and my brother turned to drugs. He's better now, but if he did not receive the help he needed, he would have OD'd that week. That's real. That's real. So first of all, I'm, condolences to you for your mom passing, Glue, due to colon cancer. That's serious. Make sure though that you're getting checked for that as well, because that means that you probably have a genetic genetic predisposition to that illness as well, and maybe other forms of cancer related to that. So make sure you get in check for it. You and your brother. Also, yeah, drugs. People who use drugs often are self-medicating um, their clinical depression, guys. Like a lot of people don't realize that people aren't just using drugs to get high and be happy and be recluse and stuff like that. Um, Oftentimes, a lot of people are self-medicating, as opposed to actually getting professional help and getting put on some sort of psychotropic medication. Um, People will self-medicate on drugs, especially like opioids, stuff like that. So, um, oftentimes when you see these addicts, usually there's a comorbid condition with it. Comorbid condition means that the substance abuse is one problem, and it's usually in tandem with another psychological problem as well. Like I said, often like depression and some form of anxiety disorder, like general anxiety disorder and stuff like that. So they might be medicating to keep down the episodes of the depressive episodes, or episodes of severe anxiety, stuff like that, and it can be triggered by a a really emotional, traumatic point in your life. Something happens like losing a very close family member, like a parent, a spouse, a child, sometimes even a pet. When that happens, sometimes when you see people going down that road of destruction, you may have to intervene. So, uh, Tamimi says you need to try some basmati rice with some red meat. You can't go wrong. Oh, I've had basmati rice a lot, but have I, I haven't had it with red meat, because usually, you know, in the Indian dishes they don't serve it with red meat because it's considered, that would be considered kind of taboo, because most of them see cows as sacred. So you're not gonna have. I don't think I haven't had any dish with basmati rice with red meat. Is usually served with chicken, or it could be a completely vegetable dish, like maybe tofu or something. But I've yet to have basmati rice with red meat. I'm not opposed to it. That sounds delicious, honestly. And now you're making me hungry. But um, yeah, I'm pretty sure that sounds good. Where are you from, Tamim? If you don't mind me asking me, asking you. Mercanoy says, did the Philippines get corned beef hash from the colonizers, or did it originate there? Um, I don't know, but when you said colonizers, you gotta remember they've been colonized for a long time. Like they, they were a Spanish colony longer than Mexico was, and they were part of a trade route that went from the Spanish Empire to Latin America, to Asia. And they were transplants. Like you have people who were conquistadors who were of Filipino descent that went to Latin America, and you had the Spanish conquistadors bringing Aztecs and other indigenous people to the Philippines. So I wouldn't know where to start, because like even before the Spanish colonizers, um, many parts of the Philippines were under the control of the Hindu kingdoms prior to that. So you can even find old Hindu temples in parts of Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, because they used to be an extension of the Hindu kingdoms in the past. And but a lot of influence, both culturally, whether you're talking about food, language, dress, other things, do come from Spain. I don't know if Spain has a thing on corned beef hash, or if that's something that came from the American side of them being colonized for a while as well, because they were an American colony for a while too before giving their independence. Um, like a lot of them also eat spam, which I've never eaten yet, but some of them love spam. But that probably comes from the American side. Eric says, yeah, if I had to guess, colonized, yeah, probably. But, there's some things they just like as well. But a lot of it, there's a huge, there's a huge Latino influence in the Philippines. Like I joked to one of my cousins who I used to work with 7 years ago when I first went to the Philippines and came back, and she was, "How was it?" I was like, "It's like putting Mexico in the middle of Southeast Asia." And she's like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "The girls," I said, "The girls are like," I said, "The girls are like Chinese girls with Puerto Rican bodies." She just laughed. She knew exactly what I meant. But it's as much of a Latino culture as it is in a Southeast Asian culture. Mercanoid peanut butter says, "Would you try eating rodents?" Well, guys, let's get back to the men's mental health. But I've eaten squirrel, which is technically a rodent. Of course, I didn't know what it was because my father tricked me. He used to trick me and my sisters into eating meat that we didn't know what it was. Since he was a hunter, he would get us to eat wild game meat and tell us it was like chicken or something like that. So now that's none of us trust any sort of meat unless we know where it came from, which is why I'm very like like very anal about the type of street food that I buy when I'm overseas. Like I need to know what it is before I eat it. But yeah, I've eaten squirrel, which is rodent. there's there's in Maryland on the eastern shore, there are people who like muskrat stew, but I will be damned if I eat that. Joshua says, I would guess canned food came during the Second World War. That's what I think too. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure if it's an American thing or it's just something that people could eat because it was cheap to buy. Like even here in America and in other places, a lot of things to become like favorite foods or delicacies came out of a time when people lacked money to buy more expensive foods. Like as a kid, we ate fried bologna sandwiches and loved it. Not be, and I'm pretty sure if I came from a higher income background, I probably would have never had fried bologna sandwiches, but I had them and they were freaking delicious. That was actually the first thing I learned to cook was fried bologna. You stick the bologna, on in the pan. As soon as it bubbles, you flip it over. It bubbles again, flip it again, and it's done. So, but yeah, I think Josh was right. Mercury says, "Do you think Diddy is an example of masculine bisexual man, or does he play a facade a lot of the time for the audience he has?" See, I can't armchair diagnose the man, and like I said, I won't try to armchair diagnose him. I know that I know he's dealing with, he's narcissistic and violent, and which means he might also have some psychopathic tendencies. But besides that, I can't pinpoint any specific like um, mental health disorder on him because I just don't know him well enough and what is merely his persona from what is actually how he behaves, other than the reports of other people around him who've talked about him. Um, I don't think he's particularly masculine at all, though. I think he's always been uh, quite effete. Um, like I said, from the very first time I saw him as a background dancer in Fine Young Cannibals, he was sitting there doing this little zesty dance in some spandex. And then, when he started running Bad Boy Records, he was always like, he had his little soul glow going. He would like, do his little duck lips, thinking it was not. He never came off as as masculine to me. But he was a talented producer and artist, still is. Um, but I can't say what his what is the real him and what is the facade, because with all entertainers, they all have a certain persona that they have portrayed in, in the public. A lot of them have PR teams and management teams that even craft a certain persona for their artists, for the public, which may have little to do with how they actually are in their real lives. So it's hard to say. But for the people who still defend him, so there's people in the pro-black spaces who defend him, saying, I'm not going to talk ill of this man, even if he is a degenerate. And my friend and I have done videos on this, if you guys want to check that out, where I'm like, you guys are stupid defending this man, saying, even when he acknowledged he's a degenerate, saying, well, um, because of, I'm gonna stay on code, quote unquote code, like black man code, and not contribute to the downfall of another black man. And I'm like, yeah, but what about when that black man has led to the downfall of other black men? Puffy is complicit in the downfall of at least three other black men. There's Tupac, there's Biggie, there's Shine, um, and then it's okay for him to mistreat black women. No, I mean, even I don't care how red pill you are, unless you're black pill, then that's a different story. But I don't care how red pill you are, it's not okay to mistreat women. That's not part of being manly or a man. It's not. The role of men is to protect and provide for their women, not hurt them, abuse them. So those folks who say they're gonna stay on code and not lead to his downfall, man, screw them. David Sanchez says, how can a man talk to anyone about his problems? It feels like weakness. I get that. And again, that's where we get into that thought that outside of a lot of non-white groups feel that it's a moral failing, or that it's a weakness to express your emotions. Again, you can't express them anytime and to anyone. I think it's definitely I think you definitely should be telling your women how you feel. This is something that should be expressed in other spaces with other men, or to a professional. I don't think there's anything unmanly about talking about your feelings to the right persons, but you shouldn't be going to your girlfriends and your wives, letting them know of your sadness or your doubts or your feelings. That's not their role. That's they are there to be nurturing and stuff like that, but they're not your counselors, and you shouldn't treat them that way. And yeah, they may use it against you later on when you guys have a falling out. Like, you weak so and so. That's why you can't such and such. No, you don't want to do that. It has it, it, it's not a weakness to talk about your problems. You just have to know whom to talk with them to, and that should be a professional, or it should be to other men who are going through the same thing, right? That's whom you should go to. Don't go to women. Definitely don't go to women, unless they're your clinician. Now, if they're your clinician, that's fine. But I mean, don't go to family members. Don't go to girlfriends. Don't go to wives. They're not going to help you, and they may use it against you later on. So I get it. I mean, and sometimes, yeah, sometimes it's better to just be stolid, right? But to a point. I think one of men's strengths is being able to put on a happy face even when everything around you feel like it's crumbling. That's one of our powers, because it actually helps the people around us that we're responsible for our children, our women. We have to be strong for them sometimes, even when we don't feel it internally. But we still need to have spaces where we can talk about it with people. So, you know, you just have to make the right choices of whom to express it to. go expressing it to women. Mercanoid Peanut Butter says a lot of people are saying Tupac was gay, and I don't see it. I've never heard it. I've literally never heard anything about him being gay ever. But bear in mind that every black male celebrity has been called gay at one point, just because some people are just envious that these black men have risen, in affluence and money within these spaces. So they accuse literally any black male celebrity of being gay. So I don't take that seriously. I only take it seriously when there's actual credible claims behind it, like talking about Will Smith, for instance, like his alleged behavior with his friend Dwayne Martin, and seeing how his wife treats him. Like, those lead to us thinking maybe so. Plus, he even did a movie where he played a gay person, where he tongue kissed another man in that role. Mind you, no other rapper could have gotten away with that with their career intact. So, but I've never heard that about Tupac. Austin Smith, what's up? He says, do you think we can get out of the racist things we deal with in this world? I hate racism. No. Someone brought this up yesterday in a previous live stream. I don't think we can get rid of racism, just because racism is just another form of tribalism, and that's a part of human nature. Tribalism will always be a part of human nature. It comes out of us being primates. Tribalism is also called in psychology in-group bias. There's always going to be an in-group bias where there's us and then there's them, and those who are them are to be feared and hated and possibly removed. How we can reduce that through learning to intermingle with people who are much different than us. And believe it or not, literature has a way of opening people's minds about other groups, because sometimes we may live in very confined areas where we're not able to meet different people of other walks of life, but we can meet them through reading about them. Also through education, because usually when you go on to higher education, you tend to meet more people outside of your community and culture. And just realizing and also just realizing that racism is also like a misapplication of probability. Well, it's two different versions, two things. When people think of racism, most people think of the power aspects, and then other people think of how it's just misapplied probability. So in the power aspects, it's like who in society is the dominant group, and who is the minority groups. And usually across the world, regardless of ethnicity, there's always going to be a dominant group in society, and then there's going to be minorities within that society, and the dominant group tends to be the ones who, because of their outsized numbers and influence within society, are going to express it through being oppressive to the minority groups. So that's a social thing, right? But then on the other end, there's just like prejudice and stuff like that, which just happens anywhere and everywhere, and everyone does it because it's just usually a misapplication of probability. Like saying, all people of that race are dumber than people of that race, or all people of that race tend to be more violent than people of that other race, stuff like that. So it's a misapplication of probability trends. Like, even if it may be generally true of the group, it says nothing true of the individual within that group, because within group differences is always going to be greater than between group differences. And some people need to keep that in mind. So if you look at things from a statistical perspective, it might help reduce that type of racism, dealing with like just prejudices and stuff like that. Um, but it's not going to reduce it, because prejudice is just a form of learning, of a human form of learning. It's a shortcut to learning. And like I said, as far as the power struggle, that's always going to happen in every society, because there's always going to be like a dominant group or groups as opposed to minority groups. And since we all are guilty of tribalism in some way, or ethnocentrism or egocentrism and in-group bias, it's always going to be expressed either through racism, sexism, and so forth. We can reduce it, but it's always going to be probably a problem with human society. Eric says, "Love the channel. I'm beat. Good night, everyone." All right. Good night, Eric. Thank you. Thanks for contributing again. Joshua says, "What? It's not my wife's role to support me emotionally. She's the only person I feel comfortable expressing that to." Yeah, it goes in degrees, right, Joshua? I'm not saying that you can't. I'm, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. If I'm not being clear, I'm not saying that you can't share your feelings with your wife. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you shouldn't go kvetch or lament to her when things are going down, because she looks to you to be her rock, right? And yeah, of course she can, but yeah, women are supposed to be nurturing. That's traditionally one of their roles. Something that Western women seem to have forgotten, but besides the point. Yeah, they're supposed to be nurturing and stuff like that. But like I said, if a guy's having a mental health issues, or if he's having some sort of other crisis going on, I don't think it's going to be helpful going to her. Plus, like I said, in the future, you never know when someone might use that against you. So like I said, I think when you have like serious problems, you should go to a professional, or it should be within like a male space that you can express that with other people who are going through the same thing, like people who are all like war veterans who come together and talk about PTSD, right? Or stuff like that. David says, "Thank you. Welcome." Murky Noise says, some people point to some older footage of him in high school saying he was zesty, but I think he was just an art kid. I guess you're talking about Puffy. He Well, I mean, he was zesty. Like, is the thing is, not all artsy people are zesty, but a lot of zesty people do go into arts and entertainment. You have to realize, like, different fields attract different types of personalities. So stuff like law enforcement and military attract more masculine types, whereas arts and entertainment attract more feminine types of men. But it's not. But being an artsy kid doesn't mean you're zesty. It means more than likely the zesty people will be attracted into arts and entertainment. So it's just a difference of how you look at the causational arrow. And I can't even say it's a causational, because it's just, they're just positively correlated. It might be another spurious variable that connects all of them together that I just haven't brought up, but I haven't put that much thought in it. But yeah, often being effeminate and arts and entertainment are positively correlated together. Eric says, "Don't forget to hit that like, please, guys." Yeah, that really helps to hit the like button. Hit subscribe if you haven't already. You can hit the notification bell, so it alerts you when I'm loading a new video, and you can share it with friends and stuff like that as well. Crazy Muda named Ice Cube is back. He says, "Wasn't there a movie where that dude who played Spider-Man was getting railed by some giant dude, and then in the same month a film came out where his girlfriend was getting a train ran on her?" Huh? What I don't even. First of all, we have so many Spider-Man movies now. You're gonna have to specify who. We talking about Toby. We talking about Andrew Garfield. We talking about the new guy. And I don't remember. I can't remember any movie like that. So Joshua says that's just acting. It's not real Ice Cube. He says, "Still kind of wild. I get it's acting. I don't even know what movie or actor we're talking about." Arcadian Hobgob says, as a younger person, I feel older people were never taught how to share their feelings, and it's okay to be emotionally vulnerable with your partner. I don't think it is. I really don't. Like, that's the red pill side of me, but I don't think it's okay to be emotionally vulnerable with your partner because it may bring them down. Plus, like I said, they're looking for you to be their rock. And again, depending on whom you're with, they may use it against you later on when you guys have an argument. I you know, I open up to my wife about things, but to a point. Like I said, it, you can overshare your feelings, and men have gotten too comfortable oversharing their feelings with women, and it's to their detriment. There's a certain wisdom, there's a certain folk wisdom to the older generations who have been stoic around their women. Now, of course, it it gets bad when they never share their feelings with anyone, anytime, because there should be a healthy outlet for those feelings. But the guys have had other ways of expressing it. Like usually they will self-medicate through booze and drugs, or which is not productive. Or they might join certain social groups, which and then like I said, there's always been clinical and counseling psychology for the past 100 years that people could utilize more so in the West than in other societies, and particularly within more WASP groups, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant type backgrounds than people who fall outside of that. But I think oversharing with your partner is definitely a mistake. Divine says just eat fruits and sun gaze and jogging. Depression will go away. Yes and no. It doesn't just go away. You can manage it. I have clinical depression. I run every day. And I've said numerous times that running does provide you, especially early in the morning, with a jolt of neurotransmitters that are often used in psychoactive medication to treat depression. But it's mindful that it doesn't just go away just because you eat fruits and sun gaze, and you shouldn't be sun gazing anyway. You're gonna burn your you're gonna burn your eyes out. But but I get to just eat healthy, get fresh air, get some cardio. Those definitely do help you manage clinical depression and other mental health disorders, but they don't go away because you do those things. It just helps you manage them. Like I'm gonna have clinical depression. It's not gonna go away just by doing these good things. It just lets you manage it. It's like you can manage other like physical things. Like people can manage diabetes. It doesn't go away just from doing the right things. Sometimes it does, but more than likely you're just managing it, that you can live a full life without it crippling it. So Mercanoy says I was talking about Tupac. No, so I remember we was talking about that. Like I said, I've never heard anything about him being gay, and like I said, it's usually people like to. There's an unfortunate happenstance that people like to call every black male celebrity gay just because of their success. Literally every black male celebrity has been called gay at some point in their career, and they just learn to expect it. Yeah, I don't want to get into that whole guy got railed thing. That's just, you know. Divineful, yeah. You sound like one of those more spiritual type folks. I don't believe in. I, like I said, guys, you already know I have a scientific background, so I don't really believe in alternative alternative therapies and medications and stuff like that. There's no, I mean, if it makes you feel better to do things like getting your chakra cleanse and stuff like that, go for it. But it's not gonna really help. It'll just have a positive effect on you. I don't want to use too much terminology here, but this thing's called like the patient expectancy effect, which is just the fact that when someone is seen by a clinician, it just makes them help them feel better. And then there's another thing in clinical psychology called the dodo effect, which is that generally going to any sort of therapist leads to them having some alleviation of their mental health symptoms, because there's just a general beneficial factor of being able to talk with a therapist. So that's called the dodo effect. And then there's obviously the placebo effect, which is just just getting treatment, which is closely related to the patient expectancy effect. There's the placebo effect of just receiving any sort of treatment, even if it's a sugar pill. If people believe that it works, will actually have some benefits towards them. But I think getting genuine treatment is always going to have a higher level of treatment than just a placebo effect or the dodo effect. He's talking about Tom Holland's and I just like seeing them as Peter Parker and MJ. I'm not interested in knowing of seeing any movie where he's being raped. I don't want to see it. I don't care. It's not remotely interesting to me and doesn't really have anything to do with, well, I mean, I guess it can have something to do with men's mental health, but to me it just seemed like glorifying something for the sake of it being, out there. Yeah, I saw Euphoria. I watched half a season of it. I really couldn't watch any of it. It was a weird show. It just glorified like the worst aspects of being a teenager today. And I just thought it wasn't a very good show, so I didn't really watch much of it. Only I enjoy seeing her as MJ, and seeing her in that role in Euphoria kind of was messing up how I looked at her as an actress, so I stopped watching it. Besides that, I didn't really like the show. So I'd rather see her either as MJ or as the the uh, the girlfriend on Dune. Joshua says, I can't live my life being paranoid. My wife bringing things up in the future. I have to be honest. Yeah, but you also have to be pragmatic. I don't know your wife. I don't know your situation. I'm not saying anything about your wife, Joshua. I'm just saying generally it looks weak to sit there and sit there to lament to your wife about all the ills that you're going through. I open up to my wife. I'm not saying you can't open up to them, but I think there's a danger in oversharing your feelings to your partner. It simply is. I don't think it's I don't think it's I don't think it's healthy in the long term for the relationship if she thinks you're so emotionally vulnerable. And like I said, there are gonna couples argue. Everyone argues. There are gonna be times when you argue, and women aren't as rational as men when they're in their feelings. They will do things and say things that are petty. And one of those things they would say and do when they're being petty is bring up things that you told them. I don't think it's a good idea. Like if you tell them how you felt when like some family member died and you wanted to off yourself or something. I don't know. I'm just making up stuff. And they bring that up, you're gonna be really ticked off about it. But it'll be your fault for sharing those sort of things with her. So it's not about being paranoid. It's just about being pragmatic. Like don't share things that you don't want to be used against you later on. It's the same sort of thinking like with looking at things from a legal perspective. Don't write don't write down things don't write down things in a diary that you don't want brought up in a court of law. because a diary can be used against you in a court of law if you admit to wrongdoings. So that's why you notice a lot of politicians don't keep journals, like, because they know that sort of thing can be used against them in a court of law later on. Arcadian Hobgoblin says, "May I ask you a question? Have you or your wife ever chosen to sleep on a couch instead of sharing a bed after an argument? Or have either of you made the other sleep in a different room throughout your marriage?" So I don't really want to get into my personal thing with my wife and I. Like I said, again, we all have our disagreements and arguments in a relationship. That's part of a healthy relationship. Sometimes you're going to have arguments, but I think we work through them in constructive ways. The whole "the man sleeps on a couch" sort of thing. um, if I sleep on a couch or anywhere else outside of my bedroom, it'll be by my choice. So that's all I'll say about that. So, isn't it also strange to get a third party involved in an argument when when there's two involved? Not necessarily, because sometimes you need someone. A third party can be more objective because they're not involved in the art. They're not emotionally involved. That's the whole reason why we go to mental health clinicians. And also is also the reason why we don't use clinicians who are closely connected to us. Like, we don't go to a parent who may be like a counselor or psychiatrist or whatever and seek help from them, because they won't be objective. It having an outside a person outside of what's going on allows them to be more objective, more rational, and give better advice than someone who's closely connected to either party. The only chance is I'm in depression right now and I cannot manage it, excuse me. I wish it would, but it won't, and it keeps going over and over and over like a record ever since my mom died. It's not like I'm stuck in that reality, but it's like I can't get over anything. So I'm not here to provide therapy. That's way outside of my pay grade. What I would highly suggest is that you seek counseling. I think you should make an appointment to see a primary care doctor so they can refer you to a mental health specialist. That's what I would advise. You shouldn't be going through this stuff every day. Also, I don't know if you're a guy or a lady, but I would also suggest that you need to hit the gym as well. I think a lot of men are suffering from low testosterone, younger men, and I think one of the things guys need to do is they need to be more physically active, get those gains. Sometimes heartbreak can be the best motivation for working out, whether losing a person, losing a relationship, all those sorts of things. Let recently I posted on my personal Facebook page. I was going through some things with some family members, and because of that, I was angry at first. I was like punching books, but I was like, let me just go out for a run. So I did a 15-kilometer run, felt much better afterwards. And I posted on my page, let your assholes be forever your motivation. Sometimes the things that trigger us can be used for motivation to become better people. So again, I would highly suggest, like, tomorrow you make an appointment with your primary care doctor and they'll refer you to a mental health specialist. And also, if you aren't already in the gym, get a gym membership. You can get gym memberships at Planet Fitness for like what, $10 a month. So I would highly advise you. That way you're getting both the physical and the mental. And oftentimes the physical, improving the physical improves the mental. So that would be my advice. Hit the gym and call your doctor, make an appointment so they can refer you to a specialist. Crazy Muta says it depends on who your wife is. Freddie Gibbs made the mistake of marrying an adult film star and opening up to her and having her peg him. And when they split, they ruined his gangster. You keep bringing up this gay stuff, dude. Like that. Being gay has have nothing to do with it. His he made a bad choice in whom he chose as his partner. Obviously, you shouldn't. Adult film stars are not going to make good partners. Like women who've been ran through a lot are not going to be able to successfully pair bond in a traditional way. They're not. Two, whether his wife is an adult film star or not, you shouldn't be oversharing your feelings to a woman. The only chance says my wife cheated on me and I didn't know it until after we divorced, and then she threw it in my face and now it just hits me. Sorry guys, I just reconnected. I hope everyone's still there. I still see the number of everyone active in the chat room, so I'm guessing you're all still here, hopefully. So I was just reading Your Only Chance's comment. He says my wife cheated on me and I didn't know it until after we divorced, and then she threw it in my face and now it just hits me hard. What can I do? Hit the gym, dude. Hit the gym. You can't do anything about her. Your divorce is done. Besides that, you were already divorced when she told you, so what does it matter anymore? Hit the gym. Make yourself a better man and you'll find a better woman. And again, make that appointment to your primary care physician so that they can go on and refer you to a mental health specialist to start your process of healing. Divine says, speaking about mental health, I heard that people with mental issues come from past lives. What? Again, you're on that alternative health stuff, and you're talking to a bona fide skeptic. So I don't believe in any of that crap. I don't believe in any of that afterlives, past lives, chakras. Unless you're talking about Naruto and we about to amp up so we can go fight outside the Leaf Village. Like I don't know what we're talking about here. So I don't believe in any of that stuff. All of that stuff is what we call woo. Within the skeptic community, we call that stuff woo. None of that stuff has any sort of evidence to support it outside of people's strong convictions about them. So I don't find it useful talking about that sort of stuff. Mental health issues has nothing to do with past lives. That's just as and not to be, I'm not trying to bag on you, Divineful. I'm a skeptic. I want to make sure people get accurate information for mental health. That stuff really isn't helpful. It's as useless as the demon theory of mental illness, which came about, in the Middle Ages, where people thought that people's mental health problems was because of being demonically possessed. That's just as useless as the belief that past life regression leads to mental health problems. None of that has not a bit of conclusive evidence to back it up. J.A.C says 13 Reasons Why is a crazy show, and every episode tackles some aspect of mental health. I haven't heard of that. I haven't heard of that show. Defineful says, I'm not sure if it's true though. Yeah, like I said, past life regression and all that sort of stuff. It's just a bunch of woo. Until there's like evidence to back it up. Again, Carl Sagan has the perfect. Someone asked me a day ago what's some of my favorite philosophical quotations. Here's one of them. This one is from Carl Sagan. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. To believe something extraordinary, like people having past lives, and they regress and cause problems in people's current day-to-day lives, would take an amount of evidence that exceeds what's available to contemporary science. So it's not something that people should to really take seriously. Arcadian Hobgob says, I think if a woman loves a man enough, she will listen and become rational over time. I'm not saying she won't listen. I'm just saying I don't think it's beneficial for the man in the long term to sit there and kvetch to his woman every time he has some problems. I open up to my wife about some things, but I don't tell her everything that I'm feeling. It's going to drain her. She has her mental health struggles as well. Bringing down another person with your mental health issues is not productive. And like I said, women are there to nurture you, but you're there to be their rock. If they feel like you're going to just have a meltdown all the time, like it's not very manly. I'm a traditional guy. I don't believe in sitting there having emotional meltdowns and talking to my wife through all these things. Like sometimes I do, but not to the extent that some people overshare. And I'm definitely not gonna sit there and just cry, sit there and cry in front of her. And like unless I like lost like a family member or something like that, sure, that's understandable. You lose your mother or your father or something like that. Yeah, I understand you might cry in front of your wife. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, but being just overly emotional, oversharing your feelings, it's not healthy for the relationship, right? It may be healthy for you emotionally, but it's not healthy for that relationship. That's my point. So J.A.C says, to your only chance, she did you a favor. She confirmed she's not a person that was right for you. Exactly, that's my point. She let you know after you guys got divorced. So if anything, she did you a favor, because she could have told you before then. Down that she's already divorced from you, you should have been like, all right, well, whatever. I'm already, I'm already, I'm already breaking Shorty's back over here now. So I don't care what you do now. Your old news, I already had that. Sometimes you guys gotta have a little bit of savage in you. Gotta have a little bit of savage in you. Okay, and says yes. That was a cringe question. Sorry, I asked. No problem. Tyler says, "Hey, my boy, I meant to subscribe the other night. Welcome back, man. Thanks, Tyler. What's up?" David says, "If you go to a mental health doctor or take any medication, does it not show up in your charts? So if someone checks you out, they see it." I'm not sure what you're talking about. So if you're maybe you're worrying about like will you be able to like buy firearms, right? It depends. Well, first of all, it depends on the mental health, um, the mental health problem, right? And two, it depends on the type of medication you're taking. First of all, if someone is suffering from severe mental health illness, they should not have possession of firearms. That's the reason why we have so many mass shootings in this country, is because we have too many people who are severely mentally ill having possession of firearms, which they shouldn't. Which is why a lot of better countries like the Philippines require both a background check and a psychological evaluation before you can legally own a firearm. I think we need to do that here. Um, but as far as how they treat you, it depends. You can like there are form, and it depends on the severity of the mental health illness. Like mild to moderate disorders usually can be dealt with just behavioral and cognitive therapy alone. There's evidence to show that cognitive therapy can treat mild to moderate clinical depression much better than medication can. In fact, there's a lot of doubt within the mental health community that antidepressants are even very useful, because they don't target the disorder. They just target they just throw a lot of neurotransmitters at their brain and say, hopefully this will stick and help. But there's actually like a lot of doubt that antidepressants are even that beneficial for treating clinical depression. But there has been significant evidence showing that cognitive therapy, or cognitive behavioral therapy, which is a hybrid of behavioral therapies and cognitive therapies, can be more beneficial than drugs alone for like mild to moderate illnesses. Then on the extreme end, there's people who deal with severe clinical depression where neither talk therapy nor medication works. And for some of them, they either have to be institutionalized or they might receive a mild electroshock treatment. And it's not like the kind they subjected you to, like if you watch old movies like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. It's not that extreme. It's a very mild treatment that can actually help with severe clinical depression, because for some of those folks who have it on the severe end, neither medication nor psychotherapy will help them. So it depends on it depends on the type of disorder, the level of severity, right, and the type of treatment sought. So that's all I can say. But like I said, if people are worried about it showing up, this your plus your medical records are private, so that should be another thing. The only reason the only time you should be worried about your medical records is either if you're running for public office or you're applying for firearms. And again, if someone has severe mental illness, they should not have possession of firearms because they are a danger to themselves and to the community at large. Too many people, almost everyone who's committed mass shootings has had serious psychological problems. So they shouldn't have access to firearms. And I don't care how anyone feels about it. If you're schizophrenic, if you have severe, not regular clinical depression, but severe clinical depression, if you're anywhere within this psychotic spectrum, if you have severe autism, and some other sorts of problems, you should not have access to firearms. And I'm not saying you, David. I'm saying generally for anyone. Arcadian says, I've recently been struggling with my skepticism. I find it that the fact that there are non-material realities in the universe, law of non-contradiction, mathematical constructs that are discovered and not invented are leading me to believe the universe has a mind and a creator. I think you're confusing a lot of stuff. First of all, scientific skepticism as opposed to philosophical skepticism. I've made a distinction in previous videos. So we're just going to talk about scientific skepticism here because I think what you're talking about here. Scientific skepticism is just is just a branch of critical thinking skills, which is to say that one should critically evaluate the evidence for and against claims that are given to them. And usually scientific skepticism is particularly in the realm of looking at alleged scientific claims about the world, like when we talk about like pseudoscience and alternative medication, like I was just addressing with Divine for earlier, when I was saying a lot of the stuff that he was bringing up is stuff that is considered pseudo medicine, like quackery, or generally anything that pertains to pseudoscience or extra scientific claims generally is called woo within the scientific community. Talking about laws and stuff like that, those aren't non-material realities. Most skeptics are physicalists. Physicalists generally believe that the only things that exist in the world are physical. And then there's a more hard-nosed version of physicalism that says that not only are there only things that are physical, but the only things that exist are the things that can be talked about in the terms of physics, which is a thesis that is not necessarily necessary for believing in physicalism and being a skeptic in general, scientific minded person. The laws of logic are these aren't things that exist outside of the physical world, nor is math, depending on how you look at it. Like there are some aspects of math that some people have seen as non-material. These people are called Platonists. I don't want to get into all of that here. This would have been great for my philosophy live stream, by the way. But the basic laws, like the the principle of the excluded middle, the principle of non-contradiction, the principle of identity, which all can be reduced down to the most basic law of propositional logic, which is the, the the principle of bivalence. All these things are can be looked at as semantic laws, right? So they're not something that exists outside of the physical world. That's not what they mean. And again, if we're talking about mathematical constructs, yes, there are some people, some Platonists, who take mathematical constructs to be something that exists outside the physical world, and they might posit some sort of dualism. But as a hard-nosed physicalist and naturalist, most of us think that these mathematical constructs, like numbers and propositions and sets, stuff like that, we think in some sense they're all physical. Like maybe a number is just another way of talking about a set of sets of something physical, or that these, or often we talk about these just being mental representations. I did a whole video on that as well. To say like something is psychologically real, whether we're talking about the law of the whether we're talking about scientific laws or the laws of mathematics and symbolic logic, stuff like that. When we say they're like psychologically real, we're talking about them being mental representations. In some sense, we believe the mental representations are physically real because in order for them to cause things to happen in real life, there has to be some sort of physical thing there. So we think that mental representations are basically some sort of symbols manipulated by the brain for the purposes of information. So and those can be physically realized in different ways, whether we're talking about neural networks and parallel distributed processes, stuff like that. These are all physical things that are studied in cognitive neuroscience. So I wouldn't get too distracted with looking at formal laws versus physical laws. And whether you choose to believe in a creator or higher being or whatever, that's not really related to the laws of logic and mathematics and scientific laws generally. Joshua says, you're saying the existence of mathematics means there's a God. Can you explain the logic? Not sure it follows. Yeah, that's what I was saying, like, Joshua. Like they don't follow. Like that would take a huge logical jump. To be sure, there have been medieval scholars like Saint Thomas Aquinas and Saint Augustine who have tried to use logical proofs to prove that God exists, but all of those have failed. Mercury says, I think spirituality, whether you believe it or not, can benefit your mental health. I am not remotely religious, but I see how it benefits people as it builds community and helps them get out of dark places. Oh yeah, I've never denied that spirituality can benefit your mental health. I also said earlier, if you weren't here, that when you talk about health in its entirety, like if you ever taken a health course, whether in high school or college, they tell you that it's not just physical health. There's physical health, there's mental health, there's spiritual health, there's the social or community health, and there's like economic. Like all of these aspects make up health in its totality, or what we talk sometimes the term that's overused, holistic health, right? So yeah, spirituality can definitely be mentally healthy for folks. We see that a lot of church going people tend to be healthier than non-church going people. Of course, that positive correlation is not a causality. The act When you look more into that, it's generally because people who are of better health tend to be the ones who are able to get to church in the first place. But yeah, there's definitely a connection with spiritual health and mental health, as well as physical health. Joshua says, you can build community without spirituality, though I can pretend to believe in spirituality, or certainly not any traditional religion, just because it might make me happy if I did. Yeah, so that's the other aspect. You don't need spirituality to build community. It has been a part of traditional communities, though, because usually it was through the community's religion that brought people together. But you can nowadays we have other things that can bring people together besides the church. But yeah, in older times, it was the church that was the hub of the community. But again, that's not necessary in today, because we can find other ways to come together as community outside of the church. Like I said, some people might choose going to the gym. Some people might choose to join different social clubs and fraternities. Um, Other people might get invested in things like martial arts or collecting or all sorts of things. Like nowadays, the church isn't the only way to come together as a group with like minds and, you know, be social. Kunta Kinte is back. He said, Joshua, see how that works. Um, it won't work. It never does. It disintegrates. David says, thank you. You're welcome. Tyler says, like, he says, like, what you do will affect your future, but is it by someone else's hands? No, I don't think so. Joshua says, Conte, it totally works. How about local sports clubs? They have no spirituality or religion involved. Right. Tyler says, I was just thinking about math being everywhere, and it would have been real solid for the philosophical stream. Well, yeah, I wish you were there. So every time I try to do a philosophical stream, it's usually crickets. So what I'm going to do with philosophical streams from now on, I'm just going to have a specific philosophical topic instead of just saying, let's just talk philosophy in general. I'm going to have like a specific topic within philosophy that we can discuss. That way, I think it'll be a more productive conversation. But yeah, I mean, there's the whole philosophy of mathematics, which is a very broad topic, and you have different views on how mathematics should be interpreted. You have formalism, you have the Platonists, um, you I'm sort of a Platonist. Like I do believe that numbers, things like numbers and sets and propositions and things like that exist. But as a hard-nosed physicalist, again, I still think in some sense those things are all physical. I don't think they exist in a separate type of existence apart from the physical world. I think anything positive to exist outside of the physical world just simply doesn't exist. um, but again, like I said, that's me being a hard-nosed physicalist. But like I said, I am also a somewhat of a Platonist as opposed to like a formalist. And then you have the people who are logicists, who believe that you can reduce all of mathematics to the principles of logic, to first order logic, that is. And they thought you could do so through arithmetic. So they were quite successful in that part, using when they created axiomatic set theory to show how arithmetic can be reduced to symbolic logic. But ultimately, logicism failed because of a brilliant mathematician, logician, and philosopher named Kurt Gödel, who came up with the incompleteness theorem, which showed that any attempt to reduce all of mathematics to logic will ultimately fail, because it will never be able to to reduce the fact that there will be a the very thing itself, which would be a set of that of that of that proof, won't be explainable within that very proof itself. So it will ultimately always fail. So that's Gödel's incompleteness theorem, and he had two versions of it. He also had a completeness theorem, which um, for logic, and a soundness theorem for both math and logic, showing they were both sound, but and that first order logic was complete, but that mathematics is incomplete, gives us, which opens up the philosophical question about math, that if it's by itself incomplete and not completely reducible to formal logic, does that mean that there's something that is empirical about it? That not something that's deducible through pure reason alone, but may have something to do with actually knowing something about the outside world, which would then make math more of a role of science, an empirical science, than a formal science. So yeah, it can get deep with the philosophy of mathematics for sure. And it would have been a great question for the philosophical live stream. Um, Joshua says it doesn't make sense that a God has a plan for you and you have free will to sin or whatever. It's directly contradictory, and religious people just ignore this because they desperately need a God. Yes and no. I mean, obviously Freud had made the case that a lot of people's need of religion has been to because of their psychological need for a father figure in the sky, and he went on to talk about that, and he made a pretty good point of that. And then that was also bolstered by Karl Marx, who also said that religion served as an opiate of the masses, which most people misinterpret because he didn't mean that in a derogatory sense, which is how it's taken now. He was basically saying that, it is that religion has a role in society in placating people in a way that they can get on with their day-to-day lives. But he obviously, Karl Marx was obvious atheist as well. It's funny that a lot of these uh, a lot of these Jewish intellectuals were atheists. Arcadian Hobgoblin says not the fact that 1 + 1 = 2 and that means God. It's the fact that mathematics are non-material to this physical universe, leading to the idea that a non-material creator is not logically inconsistent. Those do not follow. You're misunderstanding what mathematics is. Mathematics is a form. You can look at mathematics. There's different ways you can look at mathematics. Like I said, there's different in the philosophy of mathematics. There's different ways that people interpret it. But that doesn't mean it's non-material. It's just something that is you can do through it's a priori, which means you can do it through pure reason alone, as opposed to empirical sciences, which are done through empirical investigation. Logic and math and data science and information science and stuff like that are considered formal sciences. They're not. You don't have to do them through empirical investigation. That doesn't mean that what they talk about themselves are constructs. The mathematical constructs themselves are not are things that are non-material. I think you're having a fundamental misattribution error going on here with what mathematics is. None of that leads to the conclusion that there's a God because you can do math without it being material. That doesn't make sense. Okay, and it's like this. If I had a convo with Albert Einstein, I might be able to briefly grasp what he's saying, but his intelligence is so far beyond mine, I couldn't hope to understand the most difficult concept. That just has to deal with cognitive ability and having a background in academic physics. That really has nothing to do with one's interpretation of mathematics and whether it leads to the conclusion that there must be a God. Because when you talk about a God, what most people are referring to it, particularly you, in the sense you're talking about some psychological being, Like nothing about the the practice of mathematics, nor the things that nor the things that's talked about within mathematics leads to the conclusion that there's a psychological being that exists within or beyond our universe. That's a non sequitur. It literally doesn't follow from that from that argument. Crazy Muda says, I think whether or not you believe it, movies can make a massive impact on our youth. My nephew saw Suicide Squad and hasn't been the same since he dresses and acts like Jared Leto's Joker, and it pains me to see this. So he wants to be the worst Joker there ever is. That I feel for you. um, yeah, of course, media has and this goes into mental health. Yes, um, media has influence on young people. You know, there used to be the belief that watching violence made children violent, and there is some truth to that, because there was a study using the Bobo clown doll. Remember those little clown dolls, little kids and babies had that you hit and it just bounces back up. And it showed that once you let these little kids and babies watch a violent cartoon or program, that once they saw the violence on the show, then they'd be more likely to beat up on the Bobo doll, right? The Bobo clown doll. And so that led a lot of politicians and others to conclude that we need to stop letting kids watch violence on TV and movies because it will make them violent and perpetuate that as adults in their lives. But when you further teased apart the research and looking at the evidence on that sort of thing, you realize that the effect of making children more violent from watching violent shows was only temporary. Like it only lasted temporarily, that they were momentarily heightened into being more aggressive from watching a violent program. It wasn't something long term, right? So that's where we have to be careful of when we blame media for like society's ills. The same thing was talked about with like rap music. Like listen, when people said listening to gangster rap leads um, black children to being more violent, and recently, particularly in like red pill and black YouTube spaces, there has been the resurrection of that thought that rap music does lead to more violent men within the black community. And people have also pointed to the fact, like people like Thomas Sowell has pointed to the fact that after like World War II, when a lot of these veterans had children with these German women, and then these black German children were raised in Germany, that those communities did not have the rates of violence that black American children had here in America. And he was saying that one of the reasons for that is that they weren't raised in hip hop culture that's glorified criminality and violence. He had a point, but I don't think it was the music. It wasn't the music that led to, or the lack thereof, of hip hop music in Germany that led to those children being less violent. Because when I went to Germany, they were definitely listening to hip hop. When I went to the clubs and stuff like that, they were definitely listening to all the stuff that we listened to. I think the difference is they weren't raised up in hip hop culture. That's the difference. It wasn't the music itself. It was they weren't raised up in a hip hop culture, a culture that glorified criminality, that glorified um, um, lack of academic ambition and stuff like that. It's hip hop culture and black community that is toxic, not just the music itself. The music is given a bad rap. Like there's more there's more white people in the suburbs to listen to hip hop than black kids. So it's definitely it's definitely not the music itself that leads to the violence. It was being raised in a culture that glorifies criminality and stigmatizes academic ambition. Like how many kids, myself included, got teased, some even beaten up or mocked and ridiculed for being interested in academic things that comes from the black community. That has nothing to do with the music. The music just reflects, often the music is just reflecting the ills of the community, but because they can listen to that music over there in Germany, but it doesn't reflect the community there, so it doesn't reinforce those self-destructive behaviors. Anyway, so Joshua says, I don't think mathematics is non-material, even if it was, I don't think that leads to a God. Yeah, like I said, there's many different ways one can interpret mathematics, but none of that follows that it leads to the existence in God. I think that's just a fundamental flaw in reasoning that. And there's nothing logically inconsistent. That's that's not what logically inconsistent means. That's There's nothing logically inconsistent between them. Mathematical concepts that would exist in the natural makeup of the universe, like pi, the coding ratio, those, you're just misunderstanding what concepts are and what hypothetical constructs are. Hypothetical constructs or theoretical constructs or whatever you want to call them, constructs are basically a just our way of representing something that are there are ways of explaining something within a theory that we think correspond to like something in physical reality. So, like for instance, if we're talking about working memory, like, and we talk about different parts of working memory, like the central executive, and then you have the different aspects of working memory that are short-term memory. They can be semantic memory and episodic memory and all these other things, and all these things connect to long-term memory. We don't believe there's like actual offices in the brain that correspond to these things. We think that they're physically realized in the brain through our neuroanatomy and physiology, that they correspond to those things. But we don't think that those hypothetical constructs themselves exist in such a in such in that very format. It's just a way of talking about them. That's why in science we talk about there's 3 levels of explanation. There was a philosopher named David Marr who said there's 3 levels of explanation. You have the physical, and you have like the functional level. Then you have sort of like the algorithmic level. And like when you're talking about working memory and memory stuff like that, you can look at it at the physical level when you're talking about the the hypothalamus and the amygdala and stuff like that. They correspond to actual parts in the brain that are responsible for memory processing, the encoding of memory and retention of memory and stuff like that. Then you have it on a functional level when you talk about things like the theory of working memory, right? And then you have it on like the logical and algorithmic level when you actually go about explaining these processes in a rule-based manner. So I think you have to look at it that way. Okay, and Gob says whether people were here to discover them or not. Again, it's non sequitur. Joshua says, sure, mathematical laws exist outside of human consciousness. I don't think that requires a designer, though. Also doesn't rule out a designer. Sure. Arcadian Hobgoblin says, Joshua thinks we're a step closer than we were at the beginning of the stream. Screw me. So you say I'm playing. Mercador Peanut Butter says, what do you think about Terrence Howard? I'm way too uneducated to know if what he is talking about is crazy, but I see some people saying he's genius and some saying he's nuts. So someone asked me about there a few days ago. I don't know if it was you, Mercador, or it was someone else, but they asked me, did I see the stream that he did? Did I see the interview that he did with Joe Rogan on the Joe Rogan Experience? And so they had the whole interview up, but that's like 3 hours, over 3 hours long. I was not watching the whole thing. I watched a 15-minute clip from the Joe Rogan Experience clips, and from there I was going to see if it was interesting enough to merit watching the whole 3 hours. And surprise, surprise, it was not. It didn't merit me watching the whole 3 hours of it. Terrence Howard doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Um, I'm not gonna say he's nuts, but I will say he's delusional. He's definitely delusional, and he just takes bits and pieces of things and within science that he's heard and misuses the terms, like talking about Lagrangian points and stuff like that. Like, he's using words that come out of science to sound like he's saying something scientific when he's just talking word salad. It's just word salad that he's using. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And once you start abandoning basic logic and math, saying that 1 times 1 equals 2, then that shows me that nothing that follows from what you're saying should be taken seriously. 1 times 1 will always equals 1, because it is all assertions in math are necessary truths, and they're a priori truths. To say that something is a necessary, so all assertions within math and logic are necessary truths, which is to say that in all logical possible worlds, that assertion will always be true. Or in other words, it cannot fail to be true. That's the This is why people disagree with the philosopher Willard Van Orman Quine, when he stated that in the light of experience, you know all knowledge is revisable. And people's like, well, yeah, except for logic and math. He said no, even logic and math. And most people, disagree with him, because logic and math are necessary truths, and they're not going to be changed within the light of experience. They're not going to be revised, modified, falsified, so forth. That's If so, they're not mathematical or logical truths. And they're also a priori, which means they can be arrived at or shown to be true through just reason alone, without empirical investigation. Um, the fact that Terrence Howard thinks that he can just sound profound by changing basic mathematical rules shows that he's delusional. So following from that, I couldn't take anything else he said seriously. And like I said, he was using scientific words, but he was using them in nonsensical ways. Like, a lot of what he was saying was just word salad. It only sounds clever to people who aren't grounded in science, who don't have a basic. Anyone with like a high school level of physics knew he was probably just talking out his ass. And and anyone who has a background in psychology knew he sounded quite delusional. So that's all I'll say about the Terrence Howard interview with Joe Rogan. He sounded like a fucking moron. Like, he was delusional. He doesn't grasp basic mathematical and logical concepts, and it's obvious he's never studied like college level physics. Um, Arcadian Hobgoblin says, I grew up in the age of the atheist debates on YouTube, and I think a lot of the arguments were or are a lot poorer than they were made out to be. I don't know what you're talking about, so I can't speak for something I've never seen. But atheism does not require any sort of special knowledge. It's just a common sense belief that claims made without evidence to support them shouldn't be should not be accepted. So on top of that, anyway, I don't want to get too far ahead of that. Eric Alvarado's back. He said, do you know of any neurological conditions? Live streams on YouTube. Neurological conditions? I'm not sure what you mean. So are you talking about like YouTubers to talk about neuro neuropathological problems, or are you just talking about people, neuroscientists who talk about neuroscience on YouTube? Because on the YouTube channel Big Think, Robert Sapolsky, who's a famous neuroscientist, just did a really great talk about free will and why it doesn't exist. So if that's what you're talking about, if you're just talking about neuroscientists on YouTube, then you might want to check out Big Think. Um, but I don't know if anyone who specifically talks about like neuropathological conditions on YouTube or live streams them. Mercury says Arcadian. Remember when Bill Nye, the science guy, was a staple in that community? That was interesting. Yeah, Bill Nye's still in, still a skeptic. He's part of the CSI, which used to be called PsyCop, but CSI stands for the Committee of this Committee for Skeptical Inquiry. It has some of the most preeminent intellectuals in that they make up the committee for this committee for skeptical investigation. They publish monthly the Skeptical Inquirer magazine, and a lot of people, it's like Bill Nye, Carl Sagan used to be a member of that board until he passed away. Now there's like people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Steven Pinker, psychologist Juliet Hull, Daniel Dennett before he died last month. He was a part of it. Um, Lawrence Krauss, so many folks are in that skeptic community. Katie Hopkins says Bill Nye gets a bad rap. Like he's like a Dillahunty. He wants to believe as many true things as possible and as few false things as possible. He's not as deceptive as some. I don't know what you're talking about. Arcadian says the mathematical constructs are not made by convention, though, right? They would exist without humans to discover them. What do you like? I said, I don't think you understand what you're talking about when you're talking about constructs. Like, it, mathematical constructs are hypothetical constructs. So I don't get why you're just fundamentally misunderstanding what constructs are in science and in mathematics. Divine I'm not getting into all the spiritual stuff. I'm trying to keep it on men's mental health. Like I don't want to go into that. Like I said, if people want to talk about things outside of men's mental health month, like I'm dabbling a little bit into this philosophical stuff because it borders on psychological thoughts, like philosophy of psychology and stuff like that. But I'm not gonna go into all this little granola type stuff. Like if you want to drop a cash app, I'll be sure to we can do a whole live stream on any topic you want to talk about. But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. You keep going into these little granola, alternate health, karma, Hare Krishna type stuff, and I'm just not talking about that today. I want to talk about Men's Mental Health Month. I want to stay focused on that, and we're going to talk about some of these philosophical issues as they border on talking about psychological concepts. But I'm not really going into all these little astral realm, woo, pseudoscientific things. Like they just have no, and they don't. They're not bordering on this topic. Tyler Crum says, I believe the rap thing, especially the way young boys have these current kids acting. But again, Tyler, is it the rap this has there's causing younger black kids to act that way, or the rappers just reflecting what's already going on with these younger men? It's hard to look at that. It's people like to project a causal error where sometimes there is none, or the causal error is going the wrong way. Again, those two are just positively correlated, but we can't say that one is causing the other without evidence. And what I'm saying, the evidence that we do have is that is that it's the culture itself, and that the music is just a byproduct of that culture. Because like I said, conservatives want to point to the fact of like the differences between the children of these um, black veterans who had children with these German women during World War II, and compare them to their their um their equivalents here in America, and saying why don't they experience the same types of violence and self-destruction as their American counterparts. And Thomas always point out like things like they didn't grow up in rap music and stuff like that. But I think he was only partly right. It wasn't just the rap music and stuff like that. It was growing up in a culture, a hip hop culture that celebrated criminality and that denigrated academic ambition and stuff like that. It wasn't the music itself, because like I said, you go overseas and a lot of those kids also listen to the same music, because music, you know, people hear music all over the world now. I can go, but it was the fact that they didn't. And plus also, one of the defeaters to that claim that it was the rap music causing the black kids to act that way, but not the German black kids to act that way. The defeater to that claim is the fact that more white kids were listening to that to the rap music in the suburbs than the black kids in the cities. So why weren't they experiencing higher levels of violence due to listening to that music? That's because it was not the music itself. It was being immersed in that culture that was expressed by that music that's causing that violence. They're in those black kids in the inner cities of America, opposed to the black mixed kids in Germany, and the white kids in the suburbs of America, are the only ones being immersed in that culture that glorifies criminality, that celebrates violence as a role of masculinity. Again, hyper masculinity, as I talked about earlier, and that denigrates academic ambition and will show people mocking, making fun of, or even beating up kids who express like interest in school. That's the difference. All right, Kashikoy, whatever you want to call yourself. If you're not going to contribute to this conversation, don't leave a comment. Or if you want to leave a comment that has nothing to do with the conversation, drop a cash app. But I don't care about this whole stupid fucking Gus Fring thing. I don't care about this whole dumb Don Cheadle thing. If you're not going to talk about the fucking subject, get the fuck off my live stream, or drop a cash app if you want to talk about something not related to this fucking discussion, which is Men's Mental Health Month. Tired of y'all fucking idiots. Just tired of it. If you're not contributing to the conversation, get the fuck off my live stream. If you want to divert the conversation to something that you're interested in, leave a cash app. Period. Full stop. Joshua says, we don't know exactly the origin of consciousness truly, but I think it's unlikely, as we've only observed evidence of consciousness in animals with brains or complex central nervous systems. First of all, we're still an open question. It's still an open question whether humans have consciousness before we ascribe it to animals. I remember reading a whole essay on that, and I remember my psychology, my neuroscience professor, he's like, so you accept that? He said, you accepted the argument? I was like, I guess. He's like, I'm not convinced, because he said it's still open question whether humans have consciousness, and he makes a point. When you can't talk about the origins of consciousness without defining consciousness. See, this guys is why I said philosophy is important. You have to define the concepts that we're talking about before we agree that there is or isn't this very phenomenon. What are we talking about when we're talking about consciousness? Unfortunately, that word is ambiguous and can be used in a lot of different ways. Sometimes people are talking about consciousness in a way that's just synonymous with the word mind. Other times they're talking about consciousness in a banal sense of just being aware of one's environment. Other times consciousness is meant to talk about self-knowledge. But then there's the stronger sense of the word, which is often implied when people talk about consciousness, which is a sort of phenomenal consciousness or quality, like the aspects of what it feels like to have a certain feeling about something. I don't believe that really exists. So, and a lot of people in cognitive science kind of agree. So, but we can't say that it's observed evidence. We can't say it's observed evidence of consciousness in animals without agreeing with what we're talking about, unless we're defining what we mean by consciousness. Are we talking about? Are we just talking about them having awareness of their surroundings? Sure, but that's a very banal sense. But to go from the sense of consciousness as awareness of one's environment would be equivocating it to phenomenal consciousness, which is the most dubious version of it. So Merkinoy says, I went to school with King Von's nephew, and his whole family was in jail or dead, and by the time junior year starts, he was in jail for 20 years for scamming too. Now that I think about it, it was his cousin, but the same deal. So yeah, that goes into the issues of environmental determinism. This is one of the reasons why most people who have a background in psychology and cognitive science find free will to be dubious. We're products of determinism, whether it's genetic determinism or environmental determinism. Arcadian says he never came out with anything to back up 1 × 1 = 2. Take a listen to the podcast. It's a commentary on how the system was built and his opinion on how they miss things. No, I'm not going to listen to a 3-hour podcast about a fucking idiot who has no background in physics sit there and talk about physics. Would you listen to 3 hours to a man talk about how to repair your car who has no background in mechanics whatsoever? I wouldn't. No. That's just ridiculous. It's absurd. Is that a rice patty on the wall? I love it. The rice hat. I got I got it at one of the anime conventions. They called it a ninja hat, but it's it's just like one of those typical rice hats that just worn everywhere in East Asia. So I wanted one. There's also like a little good luck charm there hanging right next to it in my bow staff. I have like a whole bunch of little East Asian kitsch all over my little man cave here. I do like anime, Arcadian. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not a weeaboo though. Actually, if you were in my last live stream, you would have heard that I went off on weeaboos. Oh yeah, of course I knew what you was talking about. You said rice patty. It took me a second. I was like, rice patty? What are you talking about? Then I was like, oh yeah, it's like you gotta be talking about the hat. I rarely worn it except like to be funny, but it's something I wanted. Eric says, I was thinking more along the lines of neurological conditions like Parkinson's, dystonia, tardive dyskinesia, and other rare genetic and acquired neurological conditions. I don't know about live streams, but there are definitely YouTubers. There are definitely neuroscientists that do YouTube channels. I just can't think of them off the top of my head. But yeah, there's definitely some neuroscientists with YouTube channels. I mean, Steve Pinker isn't a neuroscientist, but he has a channel that talks about stuff. And he's actually married to a philosopher, so she's done stuff on his channel as well. What I would do, I would just go into the YouTube search and just look up that specific stuff, and they'll probably bring up channels or like at least episodes in different science-based channels that talk about that stuff. But I don't know any off the top of my head that discuss specifically like neuropathological illnesses. Mercano says, I think Arcadia No Offense has a little Terrence Howard in him. Yeah, I think so too. He's talking off the wall, like he's like not understanding what he's talking about when he keeps talking about mathematical constructs being logically inconsistent with the material world. Like that just doesn't make any sense. You said I didn't answer the question, but I can't answer a badly phrased question. A question can only be answered. A, a good answer can only come from a good question. A bad answer comes from a bad question. BSK says Thomas Sowell is excellent. Yeah, I follow his. Well, it's not him, but it's someone who puts his puts his information on YouTube. I follow that channel. I think he's very underrated within the black community. Like people see him. The, the very few people in the black community actually know about Thomas Sowell, and the folks whom do know about him are either conservatives who agree with him or progressives who paint him as some sort of demon. He and Clarence Thomas as being these demons, and they're wrong. He's a very educated, very thoughtful person. I admire. I don't agree with everything he thinks, but I admire how he thinks and what he thinks. Crazy Muda says, "Do you think that Taylor Swift hate exposes a lot of men's incel tendencies, or is the hate warranted?" Um, I, I don't know. I don't see a lot of hate towards her anymore. The most of the hate was coming doing doing like for political reasons, really, because back when conservatives thought she was a Republican because she's from the South and she used to sing and she used to be a country singer, they assumed she was more on the conservative or Republican side, so there was no issues with her. The issues came when they found out she supported Biden, and then that's when the hate came from. But I really don't have a problem with her. My issues are only with her fan base, and so I can't slight her for an idiotic fan base. It's the same reason I'm not gonna hate anime just because a lot of I'm not gonna hate anime just because a lot of the fan base are weeaboos. Like a lot of weeaboos are contestable people. Excuse me, contemptible people, but that doesn't make me dislike anime. Same thing with K-pop. I used to hate K-pop just because of the fan base, but then when I actually listened to some of the music, I was like, okay, some of this is actually good. Like a lot of stuff BTS sings is good. Um, or that one guy who went solo and did that song, like he's dope. Um, I think you have to separate the fan base from the folks who create the artwork that become the object of fandom. Same thing, to take it back to something nerdy. Aristotle. I admire Aristotle as a philosopher and the stuff he talked about, but I don't like Aristotelians because I think they made a dogma of his philosophy and kind of sent Western knowledge back 1,000 years. Like the church embraced Aristotelianism because it kind of correlated with a lot of biblical um, liturgy, but because of that, they made it a dogma that anything outside of Aristotelian thought was heretism. So it set back medieval Europe 1,000 years. So um, that's not the fault of Aristotle. That's the fault of all his all his disciples within the Roman church. So as far as the incel tendencies, I think even without Taylor Swift, those people will latch onto something to hate because there's fundamentally something wrong with them. A lot of them need psychological help. Uh, this whole incel community, I mean, it has become an ongoing problem actually in circles talking in clinical psychology circles that actually has been taught about the problem of incel culture. Like, so that's an ongoing problem. That's really, like I said, regardless of whether Taylor Swift is here or there, they would have found something else to latch onto because there's a lot of misogyny there. There's a lot of self-hate. There's some probably some psychotic disorders. So Kelly says Saul is a clown. I beg to differ. Delphit says contrarian. Hope you are doing well. I am. Thanks, Delphit. Bonnie says, my personal opinion, it's the culture you grow up in. You mimic what's around you in order to fit in. Yeah, that's so Bonnie, that's called environmental determinism. And like I said, I think that has more to do with the self-destructive tendencies of the black community here in America, as opposed to, say, like in Germany that Thomas Sowell was comparing. Tyler says, we used to wear them at small car meets because we used to pull up in the ricers. You talking about the hats? You guys would wear those like for real, for real? Don Chiu said, what's up, brother? Recently, my mental health has not been great, but I've been working on myself and feel better, but still don't feel good enough for others. I'm going to therapy. Any recommendations? Well, first, continue with your therapy. And two, like I was telling someone else earlier on in the stream, hit the gym. Men need to hit the gym. Men need to be physically active. You need to be warriors. We evolved to be warriors. When that's taken from us in society, because society is now so soft and feminized, like you expect kids to still and say they all have ADHD. That's a problem. Sorry, I just reconnected. I hope everyone is still here. But yeah, Don, well, whatever you want to call yourself, keep going to therapy and hit the gym. Get a gym. If you don't have a gym membership, you need to get a gym membership. If you can't afford a gym membership, just put on some sneakers and go for a jog 20 minutes every day. You need to be physically active. The physical reflects, the mental is reflected as a reflection of the physical. People who are in superior physical health tend to be in superior mental health as well. Often the case, I see people who are in poor mental health who are very out of shape physically. They're fat. They just breathe hard and shrug. Like a friend of mine, she's going through it right now. Like she's clinically depressed and so forth. And I told her she needs to get back in shape. And she's like, oh well. She was telling me she can't run because it like hurts for her to run. She's that out of shape. I'm like, no wonder you're depressed. Like you can't even move. Like your body was not meant to be stationary all day long. That's not how our bodies evolved. Our bodies evolved on the African savannah to be physically active. Like we've literally evolved to run long distances to catch our prey. That's how we caught our prey. Human primates were not that strong and not that fast as compared to other predators. We got our prey through working together in social groups, and we ran down our prey by running them to exhaustion. That's why we evolved to be a natural long distance runners. Stay physically active, my friend. That will help you. And keep going to therapy. And let your clinician know that, hey, this ain't working for me, or I feel worse than I did before. Let them be open about how you actually feel, because if what they're doing with you in your sessions isn't working, then they need to tweak it. Even they need to titrate the dosage of the medication, or they need to refer you to someone else for a different type of psychotherapy, whether it's cognitive therapy, behavioral therapy, or client-centered Rogerian therapy, whatever needs to be the case. Delphi says, Don Chio, have you tried going for walks? I've been walking 10 miles throughout the day, and it has really helped me immensely. Exact. Preach it, Delphi. Preach it. BSK says VD Hansen as well. Delphi says also not walking on the treadmill, but going outside and taking the nature. Yes, getting in that vitamin D that from the sun, getting out there in fresh air in the sun is very therapeutic. Like I said, going out for a jog or a run in the morning gives you a boost of neurotransmitters, which is equivalent to an antidepressant. Don Chiu says, I've been running like David Goggins carrying them boats. Well, I hope that's true. The lo-fi actually ran out, guys. That never happened before. That shows that this stream has been incredibly long. So I'm gonna switch to another lo-fi. This one is for relaxing music for stress relief, anxiety, and uh, depressive states. So I think that might be sort of apropos for right now. Arcadian says, I'll try one last time. Quote, would have hypothetical concepts. That's constructs and concepts are not the same thing. Saying something is a hypothetical concept is redundant. But I'm going to rephrase it to make it sound better. Quote, would hypothetical constructs like the law of non-contradiction exist if humans were not around to either think of them or discover them or perceive the universe around, unquote. Again, I already said logical principles are semantic. They're not metaphysical. Your fundamental misunderstanding is that you're assuming these are metaphysical things. The laws of logic are semantic. Semantic meaning they have truth value. That's what we're referring to when we talk about semantic principles. They're not metaphysical. Metaphysical meaning something that is a part of how we talk about nature and stuff like that. That's you're fundamentally misunderstanding the category of what we're talking about. But all concepts are hypothetical, of course. Yeah, but I get what you were trying to say, so I'm not going to skewer you on that. But the logic of non-contradiction, excuse me, the law of non-contradiction, the law of the excluded middle, the law of identity, these are sometimes called the laws of thought, but they really aren't. These basic principles of logic are semantic principles, and they're syntactic principles. Like, they define how their role is in communication and linguistics. And as far as mathematics, again, there's differences in opinion in philosophy of mathematics of how we interpret what math is, whether we're talking about from a formalism perspective, a Platonism perspective, and some other perspectives. I'm not going to get into all the different versions of philosophy of mathematics, but it's depending on how you view the philosophy of mathematics. It is not inconsistent with a physicalist view. Like I said, I like many mathematicians and philosophers am a Platonist when it comes to mathematics. I believe that there are things like numbers and sets and things like that, and other sort of mathematical constructs, propositions, and concepts, and those sorts of things. But I believe that those are all on some level physical. BSK says that's just too long. To Arcadian Hobgob. But again, since he left math out of the question, like I said, the laws of logic are semantic principles. they're not metaphysical. So it has no bearing on existence of God or of materialism versus versus dualism and all that sorts of things. Kelly says, so yes, those concepts would exist. Math is just how we use language to describe them. Right. So Kelly is a Platonist. Crazy Muda says the rap group Death Grips has some nasty fans that be incels and don't wash their ass, but Death Grips makes damn good music. So like anime. Dilfer says Don Cheeto, that's great. Have you tried yoga classes? As a guy, it might be weird, but I have been doing it, and the atmosphere in yoga classes is so therapeutic, calming, and welcoming. It shouldn't be weird. There's a lot of guys that do yoga nowadays. Russell Simmons, although he might be a bad example, but there's a lot of guys that do yoga, and actually, there's a lot of there's a lot of Thai boxers, male Thai boxers that do yoga. Because for one, if you're in Thailand, you're close to the culture where they practice yoga, and for a lot of these guys, it's very therapeutic for them. Like if you're practicing 5-6 days a week, yoga can be very beneficial for those guys. So it's not unmanly at all to do yoga, because like I said, you're gonna call these Thai boxers unmanly that are doing yoga. These guys are getting it in, and they can kick all of our asses. I do Muay Thai, but I'm not competitive in it, so they can kick my ass too. Tyler said, "Yes, sir. It wasn't a whole group of folks, but a few would wear them. The hats kind of swap heads around the group." All right, Don, chill with the whole we look alike thing. Not Don Cheadle. Bro says Trump or Biden. That's not part of the discussion. If you've been here long enough, we're talking about mental health and philosophy of psychology type issues. I'm not talking about politics today. Stick with the subject, or you can wait till another day to talk about it. Or if you want us to talk about it, you can drop a cash app. You're not going to disrail. You're not going to derail my conversation with irrelevant things. And I'm going to be adamant about that this following week, guys. You're not going to derail the live stream with irrelevant topics. If you're not going to talk about the relevant topic, either fall back, go to another live stream, or drop a cash app. BSK says, divine is your feelings. You meant self-aware. That's a high bar. Citation, life, understand, mirror image of self. So, Dilfer says the sad thing is depression will cause people to make excuses to stay in depression. At the end of the day, it is up to them to make their life change, such as being more active themselves. True, but again, we're talking about the different severities of depression. People with mild to moderate depression can more likely still function in their day-to-day life, even if they feel miserable. People with severe levels of depression may have to be hospitalized because it's that bad. And people with severe depression don't even respond to psychotherapy nor medication. A lot of them have to end up doing electroconvulsive therapy, which is like mild electroshocks. But yeah, it is true that a lot of people in depression, it becomes a negative uh, feedback loop where they're depressed, so then they don't do anything about the depression, which leads to them still being depressed, you know, ad infinitum. So Kelly says Sal is great at sounding profound, but his analysis does not stand up to academic rigor. He blames discrimination against black people and black culture and values. I don't say he's right about everything. I'm just saying I like the way he thinks, and he is he does actually research a lot of things that he talks about. Yes, his own bias is, yes, he is a conservative. To be specific, he's a paleo conservative, not a neocon. He's a more of a paleo conservative. And yes, that is going to be a bias in how he thinks about things. But again, his arguments are reasonable, even if they're not. Um, his arguments are reasonable, but that doesn't mean they're always going to be convincing, right? Um, that's for an argument is reasonable and an argument convincing is two different. That's a different bar. Um, but I think whether someone's convinced of his arguments is going to be more of a matter of what what they feel about that man's political background. So if someone's from the left, they're probably going to find his arguments less convincing and may not even think his arguments are reasonable. And like I said, even if I disagree with some of his arguments, I still find that they are reasonable. But again, and then a lot of times people don't. A lot of people don't look at his arguments in its totality. They just get snippets of his arguments online or from what other people say. They don't read it in totality. It's sort of like people who take little clippets of biblical scripture, but don't take the whole. They just take a verse or two from the Bible, and then use that instead of the whole book in which it's written. Like the whole, like they might take something from the Psalms of David that says one thing, and then not take that entire psalm that was written, within its context that it was written. So, but he doesn't just reduce complicated issues to pull your pants up. I think you're confusing him with Bill Cosby. He's well more thought out than what Bill Cosby used to state. Arcadian Hobgoblin says semantic implies true value from people. What if the people were not around? Again, I think you need to put down whatever you're smoking, dude, because you're not. You keep trying to bring it back to metaphysical. You're just trying to bring it back to something that you're already convinced of. If you're already convinced of something, then fine. But you have a fundamental confusion in what you're talking about. You're doing the Terrence Howard thing. Like you're using words incorrectly. That's all I can say. You're using these words incorrectly. I broke it down to you. Laws of logic are semantic principles. BSK says, okay, so Sal just extremely lucky now for decades. Peterson PhD too. Arcadian says, could something be a black hole and not be a black hole at the same time? No, dude, I'm not going back and forth. This has nothing to do with men's mental health. You seem to be having a mental health crisis right now. You're talking about, like, this is why some people can't do philosophy. And I'm not meaning it as an insult. I'm saying it seriously. Some people can't do philosophy because they can't do nuance. In philosophy, you have to know nuance, and sometimes you have to do nuance within nuance, and then at other times you have to know when nuances don't matter. You have to have certain logical intuitions to think in a philosophical sense. If you don't have those logical intuitions, you you just can't think on these things in a very systematic, cogent way. And your thoughts are scattered on this. It's very scattered. And Kelly, he's not grifting. I mean, if you don't like Thomas, so I understand, bro. But he's not grifting. Like I said, if it's just like from the political perspective you disagree with him, I completely understand. But he's not grifting. Like, he is very well researched. Like, if you see his books, you can look at his citations. He is very well researched in what he talks about. Now and again, the conclusions that he draws from the research that he's done may not um, the conclusions may not always follow strongly from the research that he's done. That's plausible, right? You can be very well researched and still draw the wrong conclusions. If that's what you're saying, I get that, but he's not grifting. He's not at all grifting. And I'm not sure if you've read anything he said in this entirety. Like, he's very well thought out in the stuff that he talks about. I may not agree with everything that he says, but that doesn't mean that his stuff that he's not very well thought out. He's not grifting. He he he's very well researched in the stuff that he talks about. But like I said, that doesn't always mean he's going to draw the the appropriate conclusions from that. So Kelly says, also believing something is true because it's popular or successful is a logical fallacy and says nothing about its validity. Right. I agree with that. That's called the argumentum ad populum fallacy. The argument from popularity, that a million people can't be wrong. Yeah, they can. A billion people can be wrong. A trillion people can be wrong. That doesn't follow. That doesn't follow. The veracity of something is dependent on how many people believe it. You're absolutely right. Absolutely. BSK says, whom do you suggest? Obama? I'm not touching that. Soul definitely does not like Obama. I don't like him either, but not for the exact same reasons. We have Soul and I have some overlapping reasons for why we dislike Obama, but he really dislikes him. But it's so funny. I actually talked about this in a previous video like 2 weeks ago with my friend. That Thomas Howells really dislikes that guy, but he talks about his dislike of him in such an academic way. Like, you have to be an academic to realize how much he hates that man, but he puts it in words that don't that that are insults only in the academic world. So that's all I can say about that. Kelly says, people who are more accomplished in their respective fields, for instance, Peterson is widely discredited among people in his field. I'll give you that. Peterson talks a lot of nonsense. Like, I do like Peterson, but I will admit, in many respects, a lot of stuff he talks about is nonsense. I'll give you that. But Soul and Peterson are two different things. Like, I do not think Peterson researches a lot of things he talks about. You can tell by some of the stuff he talks about. It's not, he attracts the bro crowd. Thomas does not. Thomas Sowell does not attract a bro crowd. He attracts a conservative or libertarian sort of leaning base of people, but he doesn't attract a bro crowd like Peterson does. Dog, and I'm not saying dog to anyone. I'm talking about the guy who calls himself Dog, DOG. Contribute to the conversation or be gone. This is about Men's Mental Health Month, and we're talking about issues surrounding that, like mental health concepts and stuff like that. If you're not contributing to the conversation, see your way out. Or if you want to talk about something not related to what we're talking about, leave a Cash App. Otherwise, BSK says, names please. Pelosi, Clinton, how about all right, guys, I don't want to get into politics here. That's a distraction from the conversation. Don Chio says, my depression started after being in Space Jam 2. All right. We're talking about actual men's mental health month. You're trying to be funny. You did that yesterday when y'all was talking that gay shit with that other dude. So now you're going to time out because I thought you were being serious, and now you're talking dumb shit. I'm gonna time you out. If you do it again, I'm just gonna ban you from the channel. I don't look like Don Cheadle. I don't give a fuck what you think about that shit. If you're not gonna stick to the fucking subject, get the fuck off my channel. And I mean that. Dead ass. No, dog, you're getting the fuck off my channel too. Tyler says, how does the electrotherapy work? Does it rework the brain to find the neural pathways again that you may have lost? Sorry if off topic. I just kind of throw ideas out there. No, this is that's relevant to what we're talking about. So electroconvulsive therapy To be honest, I really don't know if they completely understand it themselves, but I think whatever it does, it's not it's not reworking the brain. It's I think it may be sending certain stimulations. You gotta understand the brain is electric. Like the way neurons talk to each other are through um, electrochemical signaling, and they do this through these things called action potentials. You know, once once a certain amount of neurotransmitters are released across a neuron down its receptive end to connect with another neuron, it fires off a an electrical pulse that then connects to other neurons and stuff like that. So that's why the electroconvulsive therapy helps. It may be there may be a certain area in which certain um, signaling has been damaged or um, not not enough flow of certain neurotransmitters, whether we're talking about dopamine, cocat, what was I saying, cocat. I can't pronounce the word. Sorry, um, but there's a lot of neurotransmitters that work in tandem for um, for people's normal brain health, and when those are affected, they cause um, neuropsychological disorders. Um, Clinical depression can be one of them. Sometimes they oversimplify that in these little commercials for like medication saying depression is a neurochemical imbalance. Well, yeah, that's part of it, but that's a huge reduction from overall what it is. But yeah, so some like I said, the the ongoing discussion within the psychiatric and clinical psychological community is on whether antidepressant medication even really works or if it's just a glorified placebo. There are a lot of people convinced that antidepressants are just placebos. Then there are others who think they do work, but that they're pretty inexact. Like it's more of an art than a science. But in either case, for these folks suffering severe depression, they don't work at all. And so sometimes the only way for people to get the brain working more more effectively is through electroconvulsive therapy, because then you're getting the neurons firing as they should be, which they would in people who have made mild to moderate depression. They can respond to antidepressants. So that's as best as I can explain it. But if I were to, but like I said, if a lot of those neuropsychiatrists were honest, I think someone would tell you that they don't exactly know how the electroconvulsive therapy works, but they know that it does work. So, Kelly says Souls and an economist, and Peterson is a psychologist. I don't feel a need to name drop that you won't bother reading, especially if you can't be bothered to write a complete sentence. Oh, that's not towards me, I don't think. But no, guys, I don't want to get too far into that political discussion. Please, you guys both make good points, but like I said, at the end of the day, you can disagree with Saul, but his he's very well researched. He has many books under his name that are well received by the academic community, as opposed to Peterson, whose most of his work has only been positively received by people not in academia. And just be just because someone and I'll say that just because someone is well researched doesn't necessarily mean they draw the right conclusions. On the other hand, someone can not be well researched and draw the right conclusions for the wrong reasons. So that's I appreciate if we can move it outside of we can get away from the politics, because that's going to derail the conversation into like a political debate, and I didn't want that for this stream. We can do that in another stream. Tyler says, as I watch. Tyler says he's making word salad because he doesn't have full comprehension of the words. Victor D. Hansen is good too, and Jay Stossel. I still don't know who Victor D. Hansen is. Jay Stossel's, I understand he's somewhat of a libertarian, but again, I don't know that's what you're talking about, because I don't want to go into political stuff. Trying to stay talking about Men's Mental Health Month and mental health concepts. We got one guy talking all this Terrence Howard stuff about reality versus mathematical constructs, which sounds stupid as shit. It's scattered brain. Then other guys want to have political debates, and that's cool and all, but again, I don't want it to go too far askew from what we were originally talking about. And then I'm just trying to corral it all back together. Like I said, Soul is very eloquent and well spoken, but his arguments that social Darwinism and not racism to cause inequality does not hold water. He doesn't back social Darwinism. I know that much. He does not back social Darwinism. And as far as him being eloquent and well spoken, he's actually said the exact same of his rivals. He said that Clinton and Obama were very eloquent speakers, and sometimes bad arguments can be couched in very eloquent words. This is something Orwell has talked about as well, when he was saying the snowing of language, stuff like that. So point taken, but again, Soul talks from a point of research, like I said, but that doesn't mean that he's going to draw the right conclusions from that research. Tyler says, I may have one or a few mental things. My brain doesn't work like everyone else's, and I can tell. Well, everyone has psychological issues. That's a part of health. Like, people is, like I said, the part of reducing the social stigma about mental health is realizing that just like people are going to have medical health problems, people are going to have mental health problems. And it's unrealistic to think people will never have mental health problems. Everyone has mental health problems. And just like you go get help for medical problems, you should go seek problems for mental problems. Also, at the end of the day, like Freud once talked about, when he talked about the everyday psychopathology of life, everyone, Freud said, everyone's going to experience psychopathology, at one point or another. The difference is that it only becomes a problem when it interferes with our abilities to work and to love. And I think that's a pretty good way of looking at it from the way Freud expressed it. Once our mental health problems interfere with our abilities to work and to love, that's when we need to seek professional guidance. So, Crazy Muda says, take a triple dose of depression medications and tell me those damn things are placebos. No, that's not advisable for any sort of prescribed medication. And that's not, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. And you have to realize that those depressive medications may not work on people who have severe clinical depression. Like I said, that's why a lot of those people have to take electroconvulsive therapy, because antidepressants don't work. And even on people with moderate depression, sometimes they don't work. That's why the psychiatrist has to keep going through the different types, whether you're talking about tricyclic depressants or or some of the newer lines of medications. They'll have to keep trying. It becomes a matter of trial and error which ones will work on a particular person, because often it's sort of scattershot in its efficacy. Just because it may have other effects doesn't mean it's working for the depression. Yes, they may make you sleepy, and yes, they may dull your senses. That doesn't mean it's working for the actual problem for which it was prescribed, which is major depression or bipolar depression or schizoaffective disorder. or seasonal depressive disorder, or all the other different um, problems within the affective disorder spectrum. Like, just because they may have just because the medication has side effects doesn't mean that they aren't placebos. It's a placebo if it's not actually helping what it was prescribed to help. Wise Up 786 says, is it normal to have anxiety? Yeah, we all have anxiety. It's when it becomes again, it goes to the extreme when we can't work, or we can't love, we can't do our day-to-day things because of that problem. We're all gonna, it's a difference between just normal levels of anxiety that we all have, and having something like general anxiety disorder or other forms of anxiety disorders. That's the difference. It's in this severity. Once it becomes a clinical issue, then it's not normal. Normal is when you can still live. You may not be happy, but if you can get on with your day to day, then yeah. I mean, a lot of us deal with anxiety nowadays for reasons outside of our own psyche. We might be dealing with financial problems. We might be dealing with familial problems. We might be dealing with problems in our communities, stuff like that. Weed smoker is gone. Stupid idiot. BSK says conflicting reports, of course. Crazy Muta says, wise up, yes, to an extent. If you feel it's making you struggle in everyday life, contact a psychiatrist and see if you need to be prescribed anti-anxiety medication. Yeah, a lot of antidepressants also uses anti-anxiety medication as well, like Wellbutrin, um, and some others. Like I said, that's why um, psychiatric medication is so inexact, because things you have medications that have multiple roles. Like, they can be used in antidepressants and anti-anxiety, sometimes for ADHD, because there's a difficulty in concentration that affects both people in ADD and in clinical depression. I know personally. Um, Kelly says, Tyler, cognitive therapy can be very helpful with what you are going through. So, like I said, guys, we shouldn't try to armchair diagnose him. Well, I would just say, hey, if something is a serious enough, if something to you feels like a serious problem, go to your primary care doctor, let them know of your issues so they can refer you to a specialist that deals with that issue. Because they're mental health clinicians to deal with that are specialists in certain disorders. Like, there are mental health clinicians that are specialists in depression. There are some who are specialists in anxiety disorders. There are some who are um, specialists in many other sorts of psychopathology. So your first line of attack is making an appointment with your primary care doctor, and from there, your primary care doctor can refer you to a specialist. So, Ty says, I like you. I've only caught the accent of one convo and a decent bit of this, and I take your words with a grain of salt, but maybe it's your voice. No homo, but it's soothing, plus the background music. Well, I played the lo-fi music intentionally for it to be calming, because like I said, this whole live stream is about Men's Mental Health Month, and I actually purposely picked the lo-fi that says it's supposed to be soothing for anxiety and depression. Plus, I think because I have a background in psychology, I'm used to talking in a calmly manner, other than when I, snap on some of these trolls that come into the group. Because when some of these trolls come into the group, it brings the Baltimore out of me. But other than that, I try to be, have a reasonable tone. Glue says, yo, what up? How you doing? What's up, Glue? He said, do you have a P.O. box? I don't currently have one. Um, but yeah, I don't have a PO box because uh, well, I don't have any. I don't really have too much sent to me. um, time is it? Oh, so Kelly says soul hasn't. Why are we still talking about soul, guys? Let's give up the time of soul and all that sort of stuff. And you're talking about he hasn't polished a scholarly work in decades. You realize that man is about 90 years old, right? Like you can't fault the man. He when you're in like Yoda said to Luke, he said, when you were 900 years old, huh? Tell me how good you look at 900. But yeah, I mean, Thomas Sowell is like 90. Seriously, that dude is like I'm not even exaggerating. The dude is like 90, and he's been in academia for half a century, and he's written a ton of books and written a ton of papers. I can't fault the man for not being active in his 80s and 90s. Like that's absurd. Like how many people how many people can even like function mentally in their 80s and 90s? Biden definitely can't. But no, in all seriousness, like the man Thomas Sowell's like 90. Seriously, I'll even look it up, but let's leave it alone. You talk about his scholarly, he hasn't done any recent scholarly work. He shouldn't be expected to do any scholarly work. He's been retired. He's a professor emeritus, and he was part of a think tank for I forgot the name of the conservative think tank, but that man is like a great grandfather. He is old. No, he's 93. He is 93 years old, Kelly. 93. You can't expect that man to still be publishing works. And actually, he published something within the last 10 years. So, and that's remarkable. A man still publishing in his 80s is phenomenal, and the man is 93 now. You can't hold that against him that he's not publishing. When you're in your 90s, let's see if you're still right, if you're still actively publishing stuff. Then yeah, let me see. Yeah, I mean, the last time he was active in academia was in the 70s. Back in the 70s, he was already old. That's I get you don't like him, but it's just becoming personal now. Like the man is 93. V Distance has just popped in, and yes, I believe women should definitely be on top of their mental health state. Well, this is Men's Mental Health Month. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I'm not going to discriminate against women. I think everyone should take care of their mental health. But we're referring to Men's Mental Health Month because June has been given as Men's Mental Health Month. So I'd rather concentrate on that than the other thing for which June is known for. um, no diss to those folks, though, but I don't think media has really covered the fact this is also Men's Mental Health Month because most people in the media don't care about men's health. I do. I, being a man and being a black man, in which the black community doesn't give a shit about. Um, yeah. Tyler says even when I seen you snap a bit, it's still a discussion more than an argument. Well, yeah, I mean, I try to be rational, but like I said, people come here being irrational. Like some people just be trolls, and again, I think it just shows a lack of intelligence on their part that they would come into a live stream to waste their time and other people's time when there's other things they could do with their own time. They would be more productive for them. They would be entertaining. But to me, to sit there and try to heckle a live stream is low bearing fruit for me for a means of entertainment. Delphi says, do you think prostitution should be legalized? Sex is important for both genders, and millions of men are incapable of being in a relationship, so they have to commit a crime to release stress. Yeah, so I believe I believe prostitution should be legal. I mean, if gambling can be legal, which is because people always say prostitution is the oldest job in the world. No, it's not. Farming is, hunting is. But aside from that, I mean, gambling has long been considered a vice, and we've made that legal. We have lotteries. We have the Mega Millions. We have the Powerball. We have the state lotteries, which used to be run by the numbers gangs back in the early 20th century. So we can legalize gambling. Why not legalize prostitution? I mean, it's all but legal in many ways anyway. Like porn is just legalized prostitution by the very process of turning on a video camera. um, or so-called call girls, that's legal just because it's not explicitly called sex. But in many other countries, sex is legal. Like when you go to Western Europe, like with all the brothels in places like Germany and Denmark and the Netherlands and stuff like that. And because of that, because it's legalized, one, they can receive medical care, which reduces the the incidences of the spread of sexual diseases and infections, and also it it reduces that it reduces the incidence of children being trafficked into being sex slaves. So, yeah, I do think prostitution should be legal, and plus, it would help with some of these incels and stuff like that. I remember Bill Maher brought that up on one of his episodes many years ago. He was saying that a lot of these people most of these dudes who are causing these mass shootings tend to be like people who are incels and stuff like that. He said we need to get them laid. So yeah, I think legal prostitution would be beneficial for society. We've already made many other vices legal because I think people confuse legal with moral. Just because something is legal doesn't make it moral, and vice versa. Just because something is moral doesn't make it legal. Slavery was legal, but was it moral? No. On the other hand, defending your family, maybe by shooting someone, maybe you have to shoot someone to protect your life and the life of your child and your wife. That's a very moral thing to do, but sometimes it's not legal depending on where you live. So people need to separate what's legal from what's moral. They're not the same. Um, and prostitution is what helped helped America settle the Wild West, was prostitution. Without the prostitutes, people wouldn't have gravitated west. So, Hundo72 says, my family has been poisoning me because of a life insurance policy, and any tips on what I can do? No. First of all, I don't know if you're being serious or not, but you need to call the police. If that's something, if you're talking about something sincere, you need to call the police. But if you're just being funny, that's not funny here. Dilfer says, I remember reading Amsterdam was considering offering guys X amounts of time to visit a prostitute per year for mental health. Not sure if it ever became a thing or not. That I don't know if that's true, but that definitely sounds like something that would happen in Amsterdam. So I'm guessing that means it would be covered through medical care. Like, you get X amounts of breaking this bitch back down. Like, I'm playing. Shit, don't get that on my medical care. Let me stop because Mrs. Contrarian is probably on this chat. But now I wouldn't do that. Wise Up 786 says, what's the background music? It's lo-fi for soothing, relaxing music for stress relief, anxiety, and depressive states. I thought it would be apropos to talking about men's mental health. Dilford, that's exactly what I said. If it's true what Hundo said and he's not being in trouble, he needs to call the police. Like that's not something you go on a live stream and talk about. That's why I don't take it genuinely, because if you're going through something like that, that's not something you bring up on a live stream. Like that would be something, if I know someone's harming me, I'm calling the police. I'm not bringing it up on a live stream. Kelly says he was last active in the 70s, referring to Thomas Sowell, but he last published in 2021. He's been active but shifted to politics. He's always been active in politics. When I was in college 20 plus years ago, they were talking like progressives were talking about how evil this man was. He's always been a conservative, and many economists are conservative. Most, I would say, by and large, most economists are somewhat conservative, and because he's delved into so many fields outside of economics, from his own conservative viewpoint, people have always attacked him for it. He's always been political as far as I've known him, which, like I said, this is in the early 2000s. But he he has been active in academia since the 70s. Like I said, you're attacking this man, but again, you don't have to agree with him to realize that he does a lot of research in the things that he talks about. Again, just because he does do the research doesn't mean he's always right. I'm not going to say he's always right, but that doesn't mean he's irrational. He's not on the same level as Peterson. I'm just going to go out and say that he's more intelligent than Jordan Peterson. I love Nas says they haven't had any surgery. I'm not sure what you're talking about. BSK says not sure veracity of the following most significant mental health problems pass through the mother. No, that's some old Freudian type stuff, and that's not true. I've discussed this on a previous live stream, but for the nuts, I'll say that most psychological disorders are seen as partly neurological, right? And usually most mental disorders people who have mental disorders have a genetic predisposition to them. So you'll see that certain mental illnesses run within families, like schizophrenia. Like for instance, the brilliant mathematician Nash. What was his name? They made that movie starring Russell Crowe about him, A Beautiful Mind. But he suffered from paranoid schizophrenia, and it showed that it ran in his family, because his son, who also ended up becoming a brilliant academic, also suffered from schizophrenia. But it also, with schizophrenia, well, at least paranoid schizophrenia, at least it becomes less severe as one ages, which is not, I can't say they have all types of schizophrenia. Yeah, John Nash, like he suffered from paranoid schizophrenia. Like I said, there's a great movie to watch about him. We watched it for one of my psychology classes, called A Beautiful Mind, starring Russell Crowe. Most mental health problems have a genetic predisposition, and we know that because in behavioral genetics, we know that all human traits are partly hereditary. I don't know what Kelly and BSK are fussing about now. But anyway, moving on. Tyler says farming, hunting, prostitution, gambling is how a lot of folks in America made a living doing it. Well, no, I was just bringing up the point, Tyler, that people always try to make the cliche that prostitution is the oldest job in the world. But I was like, that's literally not true. It's been like, farming, hunting, foraging, that sort of thing. But my point was just that towards the question of whether I think prostitution should be legalized, I think it should be, because the question of whether it's moral or not is not a discussion of whether it should be legal or not. It's, what are its benefits to its costs to society, and there are certain benefits to society that it has. For one, it protects women from, it reduces the amount excuse me, it reduces the amount of sex trafficking where prostitution is legalized, and two, it helps them once it's legalized, so that they can actually, receive, work benefits such as getting medical care and stuff like that. It helps reduces the instances of things like sexually transmitted infections and stuff like that. So there are definitely benefits to it. And plus, people already do sex work, so it's kind of hypocritical that prostitution is still illegal, but other forms of sex work are. If you're a stripper, you're a sex worker. Most of them still perform sex in these strip clubs, or even if they just grind it on a man's dick. The minute they take money for it is sex work. A prostitute, OnlyFans, the minute they withdraw cash from their OnlyFans website for putting out sexual content on the internet is sex work. Um, Porn stars, that's prostitution. It's just the fact they turned on a fucking video camera. So many other forms of sex work are already legal. So to say that prostitution isn't just because, oh, they're on the street as opposed to being in a strip club or getting filmed in a studio is complete hypocrisy. So yeah, I think prostitution should be legalized. BSK says TC, tobacco, coal, and on and on. Yeah. David says follow and like if you find this channel helpful. Thanks, David. Um, Davis Delphi says W. David. I love Nas says I was asking if it was gay to be attracted to a transgender man who's biologically female. I need coffee for that question. It is late. Let me read it. I was asking if it was gay to be attracted to a transgender man who's biologically female. The short answer is I don't know. It depends. The long answer is, are you attracted to the transgender man because he resembles a man, or are you attracted to the transgender man because you know that it actually is a female? I think depending on how you answer that may give you a clue to your own orientation. Plus, it may be the fact that you may not be gay, you're just bisexual. So looking at it from a psychological perspective, let's put on the psychology cap again. Freud and others didn't believe that homosexuality was a mental health illness, was a mental illness, nor did he think that that one's that the gender norms were prescribed at birth. Like, he didn't think that the gender norm of men was necessarily masculinity, nor the gender norm of women was necessarily femininity. He thought that those things were kind of fluid. So again, it's kind of funny that the LGBTQ crowd doesn't hold Freud as more of a hero within their community if they knew more about his thoughts on these things. So if you're wondering, if when you say gay, if you mean is it abnormal, then there's nothing abnormal about it, depending on your reasons for your attraction. I mean, if your attraction is a fetish, then no, it's not normal. But if this is just, again, it depends. That's, like I said, I hate to not be able to give you a more specific answer, but it just depends. It may not be a matter of being straight or gay. You may be bisexual. Because actually there's a YouTube channel called Big Ja. He's a comedian, a black comedian, and he has this ongoing series on his channel called The Lesbian Homie, where he started dating and having feelings for this lesbian stud, stud being lesbians who dress and act like males. They're not transgenders, but they you know they are they they accede to being women and being called women, but they act masculine and they like other women. So and they refer to themselves as studs. Some of them call themselves doms, which is short for dominant. And in the comedies episodes, he's attracted to them, and they start getting attracted to him. And his friends are making fun of him, like, "Dude, are you gay? Why are you having sex with studs?" And he was like, "Man, at the end of the day, they're still girls." And he's like, "But yeah, but they make you." He said, "Yeah, but they're still like wearing boxes and putting a hole in it so you can have sex with them." So, um, it, I, it's very funny. This is like the third season of that. Like he did 3 seasons of the lesbian homie. I don't know if you're into that sort of comedy, but regardless, it might be more towards what you're thinking about, right? Um, Again, there's nothing abnormal about it if that's what you're asking. But if you're saying whether it's gay or not, I can't really say. It depends because there's different factors involved. Like, what is the attraction? Is the attraction because the girl resembles a man, or is the attraction because at the end of the day it's still a female? So that's you just have to look at that. BSK says research it. Folks said not sure, and they passed primarily through the mother. Again, that was a whole hypothesis of Freud. It was debunked long time ago. BSK that, and it came out. Some people thought it kind of misogynist to say that people's mental health problems are due to the due to it being passed through the mother. It's just not true. Like, what is true is that there will be a genetic predisposition amongst families to have certain mental illnesses, right? But that doesn't mean that it's passed through the mother, which is an actual. I'm trying to remember the name for that. Um, Give me a second, guys. Sorry. And there are certain teratogens that are passed from mother to child, but most teratogens are of a somatic, um, or somatic illnesses, not psychological illnesses. Somatic meaning, medical or physical, whatever. But the whole hypothesis long time ago that mothers pass on psychoses is not has not been borne out by evidence. The problem with a lot of Freud's thinking on things is that he didn't do rigorous research on the things he did. Some of the things he did no research on whatsoever, so he kept a tight social circle of people who only agreed with his thoughts. People who disagree with his thoughts, like Carl Jung, were put out of his social circle. The only testing he did tend to do was like uh, um, like maybe like a little um, clinical insights from dealing with his clients and stuff like that. But that's not very rigorous research where you look to falsify um, your claims potentially. So that's all I can say about that. But the claim that mothers pass on illnesses, mental health problems in utero to their children has been debunked many decades ago. Dilfer says if a man and girl both know they have certain pre-existing conditions like schizophrenia, should they not be able to birth a child with the risk of the child having a high chance of having issues? So just because they both have pre-existing conditions, like they both are carriers, so like say they're both genetic carriers of a certain disease, that doesn't mean that that kid is definitely doomed to hold it. So again, I'm gonna bring it back to my own illness, PKU, phenylketonuria. To have phenylketonuria, both parents have to be carriers of the illness because it's a genetic disorder. But even though you have to have both parents be genetic carriers of that illness, it's only a 1 in 4 chance that the child would get it. So it's not, you're not automatically doomed. Like genetics is a statistical game, guys. It's not. People kind of misunderstand epigenetics and things like that. It's genetics is a hard game to play when it comes to understanding it. That's why you have to be well steeped in statistics, um, and knowing molecular biology to understand genetics, and that's way beyond my pay grade. I understand some basics of behavioral statistics, but to understand the mathematical complexity that goes into understanding genetics, I don't have it. But no, there's no 1-to-1 ratio between both parents having a condition and the child having the condition. That's not how it works. It just means that being having a genetic predisposition to an illness means you're more likely to have it yourself. But it doesn't mean that you will. It just means that you will be a carrier of that illness, whether it's a mental health illness or a medical illness. Chase says, "Love you, man. You're so sweet and inspirational." Thank you. I appreciate it. BSK says, XX versus XY, ignoring tiny subset who are neither. Well, it gets more complicated like that than genetics. Unfortunately, I don't bust the bubble. And to be honest, this is what a lot of these folks on in the LGBTQ community, they would like to play up all the differences with how the sexuality expressed with XX and versus XY. Like they'll point to the fact that not all men are XY and yada 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 yada. We don't have to play that game because, for one, the problem with them playing that game with the different types of this sexual genetic stuff and all that is that most of those variances, like XY and stuff like that, they're very rare. That's number one. And number two is we can define the differences in biological sex and have known so in sexual biology over the past 100 years because of the sexual gametes. We know that large gametes produce a female, small gametes produce a male. In humans, the large gametes are the X chromosomes. In humans, the small chromosome are the Y gamete. I mean, the small gametes are the Y chromosomes. So we've known the sexual differences in biology for over 100 years. So we don't even have to play their game and get into all of that sort of stuff. But yeah, there are going to be slight differences. It won't always be XX or XY. There'll be other versions, but those other versions tend to be very rare. So I love nice that they can birth a child, but they have to do the Macarena first to prove they chill. BSK says, "Oh, personally agree mostly." Delphi says it should be at the very least be a moral obligation to not birth that child, since there will be a high chance that child will have a difficult upbringing. Well, that gets into moral decisions, and that gets into ethical decisions. Like that gets into that has been talked about for a long time. This is what had spurred the whole the whole movement in what is the word for it? Getting rid of mentally retarded children, or telling people who have been convicted of felons they shouldn't have children, and so and so, such and so forth. Do you know? Is it ethical to say that not everyone can have children based on the fact that they have a genetic predisposition to mental health illnesses? I don't think so, because we all have different medical and mental health illnesses. Who's to say which ones are the ones that should be prevented from being carried on in society and which ones are, you know? But it gets very sketchy very quickly. Give me a second, guys. Now I'm gonna get to the other comments I just saw. But yeah, I mean, the whole antinatalism stuff, it gets very ethically dubious very quickly. So I'm not sure if that's the right way to think about that as far as mental health, because you're not going to stop mental illnesses, because it's a part of human nature, just like medical problems are always going to be a part of human nature. I think it's kind of dubious to tell people they can't procreate if they have a predisposition to certain mental health illnesses. Again, John Nash suffered from paranoid schizophrenia, but look what he contributed to the mathematical and scientific world with his genius. That's why we have a whole movie and book celebrating him, talking called The Beautiful Mind. So I find it very dubious to stop people from having children based on certain things like that. I mean, that's eugenics. That's the word I'm looking for, eugenics. I find it very morally dubious. Tyler says thinking logically would increase sex trafficking. I'm not against the idea. I agree with it. In fact, I have a lot of ideas that clash. No, it would decrease it, because again, a lot of people are brought into sex trafficking against their will. That's what defines trafficking. The problem is the sex trafficking is used too loosely in the legal and by law enforcement. Like, talking about, like, the problem with how sometimes sex trafficking is used by law enforcement. Excuse me, losing my voice. Let me get some water. The problem with how people use the term sex trafficking in the legal and law enforcement worlds, they use it too loosely. Like, they'll consider sex trafficking being consensual sex between two people where one pays the other for the act of sex. That's not sex trafficking. Sex trafficking means forcing someone to do it against their will. That's sex trafficking, and that would be reduced by making legalized prostitution, because often the case where prostitution is illegal in many parts of the world, like Africa and Asia and Latin America, women, potentially minors, are forced into that because there's not a lot of women who would reasonably go into that line of work that is by definition criminal in those societies. So it would reduce sex trafficking by legalizing prostitution. But let's kind of get back to men's mental health. I'm about to end this. It's already 12 o'clock, guys. It's late. Didn't mean to go this long. Talis says, I don't Dilford says, Tyler, I don't think so. Similar to how when weed gets legalized, the amount of drug dealers to deal with weed is drastically reduced. Right. Kelly said eugenics. Yeah, I had to look it up, Kelly. It took me it took me a second. A certain German guy with a small mustache is really into eugenics. Yeah, I find it like that's not to say that the eugenics is always bad, but is the way in which they wanted to do it and the way that he was talking about it is not good. Like telling people, "Oh well, you have this certain health issue, so we don't think we are going to make it illegal for you to procreate." I find that very dubious. That would that sounds like a very sketchy society to live in. Dylan says he was really into art, right? You talking about John Nash? I think so. But like I said, he was a mathematical genius. And he also said that sometimes it was his paranoid delusions that actually helped him in his his some of the stuff he did mathematically. I mean, the guy pretty much created game theory. Excuse me. Or yeah, game theory, I think. Like he he solved he solved the something that was considered insoluble at the time, the prisoner's dilemma. He was a genius, and we wouldn't have him if we had people that said, "Oh, people with mental health shouldn't be allowed to have kids," or people with mental health shouldn't be allowed to go to academia and stuff like that. I just no. Kelly says art isn't necessarily fascist, but eugenics definitely is. Yeah, and they did eugenics on black people too, like in America's past. So I find eugenics programs to be morally dubious. All I've noticed is they just like big titty goth girls. If that helps, no surgery or hormones. Dude, that's your own bag. I can't help you decide whether you're gay or not, whether you like transgendered men or not. Again, I've already told you. If it depends on why you're attracted to them. Are you attracted to them because they resemble men, or you like them because you're titillated by the fact that they're actually girls that you know I can't say, but I think someone who only goes after transgender men is has a fetish. But anyway, BSK says concession of point pending hard science review. I'm telling you, I'm talking from a point of I'm talking from a point of knowledge. I already told you guys, like, if I don't know something, I'm just gonna tell you I don't know. But I'm telling you that the whole mother mother theory of how illness is passed on to children, it has been debunked decades ago. This is something that is well known in psychopathology. Most Freudian This is why within the psychological community, a lot of people don't even like Freud. They think he's a lot of to be honest, a lot of people within the scientific world think Freud is a pseudoscientist. Others think he's not a pseudoscientist. He just wasn't very rigorous in his methodology, but that um, a lot of his hypotheses, a lot of his concepts and theories did end up being true, but only upon further inspection by people who actually did the research, because he didn't. He mostly the only time he ever did research is when um he did like stuff like case studies or something like that, but he didn't do any sort of rigorous research, and he would downplay things that contradicted what he thought. And if there was people within his circle who disagreed with his thoughts, he tended to push them out, like Carl Jung. But this is very well known within the psychological field that the whole Freudian hypothesis of mothers causing their children mental illness that's passed on in utero has been debunked like over 50 years ago. It's not a matter of debate. This is just a matter of psychological fact. This has been debunked a long time ago. X clip you, I don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about Men's Mental Health Month. We're not talking about language. Stick to the subject. Tyler says they as in prostitutes and they as in the big guys. Huh? Tiny subset tiny. Dilford says, Contrarian, it's always a pleasure being able to talk with you. Hope you have a great rest of your night. Thanks, Dilford. All Love Nice says, have you ever committed armed robbery? Dude, you need to seek help. You went from, you're having very incoherent thoughts. You went from asking about whether you're gay because you're attracted to transgender men to asking, have you ever committed armed robbery? What the fuck are you talking about? Kelly says Peterson has reviewed a lot of Freud and Jung in a popular right-wing culture, calling women agents of chaos, etc. Peters, well, depending, I don't know what sort of clinical, he's Peterson is a clinical psychologist, and I don't know what sort of theory of personality he ascribes to, but there are clinical psychologists that are still Jungians and Freudians, which are people who ascribe to psychodynamic theories of personality. And all clinical psychologists are going to have some sort of background in some theory of personality, whether it's psychodynamic, behavioral, cognitive, Rogerian, and there's some other ones out there. The ones that have the strongest scientific evidence for them is cognitive and behavioral. So he might be coming from a Freudian or other sort of psychodynamic theory of personality that he was exposed to when he became a clinical psychologist. I can't really say, but it depends. And then you have some, for a long time up until recently, most psychiatrists were Freudians. Many of them still are. Drake or Kendrick, I'm dead serious. No, you're just a fucking retard. I'm timing you out. I try to take you seriously, but you're a fucking idiot. The fuck is wrong with this guy, guys? He went from talking about is he gay for liking transgender men to asking me some dumb shit. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I say I'm keeping the conversation strictly on the subject, and if people want to veer from that, they either going to get timed out, banned, or they're going to have to drop a cash app, because we're not talking about shit that's not within the parameters of the conversation. Not me is gone. No, all right, not me. I'm not going to leave. But that has nothing to do with the conversation. Crypto Crazy says, I found most psychologists have a screw loose, and the only reason they become psychologists is to see if they can fix themselves. That's not true. A lot of psychologists come into that work because they want to help people. There's a lot of people who come into mental health and into social work because they like the helping fields. That has nothing to do. That's been one of the longest rumors about psychologists, is that they only want to do it because they themselves are crazy. It's not true. It's not. Not to mention, you're saying psychologist, you must mean clinical or counseling psychologist, because most of psychology does not deal with abnormal behavior. Most of psychology, scientific psychology, deals with normal behavior. The only people who deal with psychopathology are clinical psychologists and counseling psychologists. Most of psychology, if you knew anything about psychology, deals with normal behavior, cognitive psychology, developmental psychology, industrial organizational psychology, social psychology, psychology of language. neuroscience, all these sorts of things. Like you're gonna label all scientists that practice scientific psychology as having a screw loose because of your own problems with psychology. I think you have the screw loose if that's what you think. No, you completely fucking made that number up. There's no six of one half dozen of the other. That doesn't even fucking make sense. What is six of one half dozen of the other? What does that mean? That is word salad. You've made that up. It doesn't exist. You've made shit up to sound clever. And I'm going to call you out on it because I actually have a background in this. You don't know what you're talking about. If you're just going to make up shit, I'm going to call you out on it. Just like the guy Divine for earlier was making up all this little stuff about pseudoscience and stuff. If you say something crazy, I'm going to call you out on it. You're talking to someone who actually has a background in that field. So if you say something stupid, you say something crazy, I'm going to call you out on it. What you're saying is not true. It's patently false. And you said psychologists, as in everyone in that field, has mental health issues when most of them only deal with normal behavior. Kelly says true, but Peterson for sure has a few screws loose, but he isn't the norm as far as psychologists. Most people in that field don't like him. Yeah, he's not well. He has, well, I won't say that everyone hates him in the field, but he has a mixed. there are, to put it nicely, there's mixed thoughts on him. Like I've seen him talk with Steven Pinker, and he and Steven Pinker got along pretty swimmingly, but I can't say that means that Steven Pinker agrees with most of what he says. Tyler says, how is your mental health? I don't know if you have touched that yet or if anyone has asked. You referring to me? I'm not sure if you're referring to me or not. Because I don't mind answering. I just wanted to make sure you're talking to me. He said his early work is fine, milk toast, self-help advice. But when he gets deeper, then it's always word salad nonsense. Yeah, like I said, I can't agree with everything Jordan Peterson says because a lot of it is wackadoo. Same thing with Andrew Tate, but for different reasons. I don't want to get into Andrew Tate. Please, let's not start a conversation about him. Tyler said, "Oh yes," he said, "Yes, sir." So talking about me. I'm okay. Like I say, I have my issues with clinical depression, and I have my ups and downs like everyone else, but I manage it. Like I don't need psychotropic medication because I stay physically fit, and that helps me deal with most of my issues. Then I also realized that there's some issues outside of my control, so I'm not gonna fret over the things that I can't control. But at the end of the day, I can fight. So if people are getting too much on my nerves, I can just beat the shit out of them. That's a plus of knowing Muay Thai. At the end of the day, knowing Muay Thai and other martial arts, I know that if I have issues with someone, I'm not going to respect another man who I can beat the shit out of him if he's trying to cause me trouble. That includes my father. Like at the end of the day, if I know I can beat your ass and you causing me a problem, just know I'm not going to take you seriously. So yeah, that's how I deal with things. BSK says selective service for females to equal rights or abolish selective service. One or the other, but if they're not going to abolish selective service, so they should. They talked about it 2-3 years ago. They were going to make women start doing it, which they should. It's only fair. And I'm not. Again, I'm not getting to Tate versus Peterson. I was just mentioning that as an analogy. I don't mean that to be a very succinct analogy. I was just saying how some of them. I was just saying, in as far as a comparison, that both of them can make very good points, but in other times they can talk about very very wackadoo type stuff. That's all I was mentioning as far as them, but I don't want to get into talking about them too much. So within 5 minutes I'm gone, guys. It's late and I did not expect this to go that long, but again, I had thought I was going to the gym, but didn't end up doing that. Why you choose channel name? Huh? Again, well, I've said it a million times how I chose the channel name. I chose the name Just A Contrarian because usually if someone disagreed with me on some sort of intellectual matter, they would just dismiss me as just being a contrarian, saying, "Oh, you just saying that just for the sake of disagreeing." That's what a contrarian is: someone who disagrees just for the sake of disagreeing. And usually they do it because it makes them sound more clever, just to disagree with with whatever the majority viewpoint is. That is a contrarian. But I use that as a joke because I'm not a contrarian, but I thought it's funny that people would dismiss me as that because I disagree with them. Like, if I'm talking with friends or whomever, and we're having like some sort of intellectual discussion, and everyone pretty much agrees on claim X, but I disagree with claim X. I think it's claim Y or claim Z, or I just say I don't know, and it's like, oh, you're just a contrarian. So that's where the name came from. And actually it took a lot of thought before I came up with my name, because I was literally talking to friends and throwing out like a dozen different ideas for a channel name before I settled on the name Just A Contrarian. Tasha said, "See you later, big fella. Stay safe. It's a little past my bedtime." Me too, bro. It's way past my my bedtime. Batch Crazy says sardonic, kind of. Yes, it's been a bit sardonic. Um, and I put when I give a description on the channel, when I talk about the channel, and I literally describe that I'd use the name just as to be a bit ironic. So I actually do put that in the description. If anyone ever, I know most people don't ever read the descriptions for these channels, but I actually do put in there that, you know, that I'm being a bit cheeky when it comes to the name of the channel. Sardonic is ironic or mocking. There's different forms of irony. So sarcasm is a form of irony. Um, sardonic is a more sardonic is more mocking. It's more of a sardonic is more of a refers more to like someone's personality of being sarcastic. That's what sardonic means, or a sardonic way of doing things or thinking of things like in a sarcastic way. That's what sardonic means. Like it's a pattern or a way of things this sarcastic. So being sarcastic is a sort of mocking irony, but there's different forms of irony. Sorry to be so pedantic, but that's sort of what I am. um, but yeah, counting down a few more minutes. But I wish I could. What is the name of that? I'm trying to remember the name of that hypothesis. Because it was a name for it. It wasn't the Oedipus complex, but there was an actual name for the whole mother genic theory of mental illness. But like I said, it was debunked a long time ago. We even talked about that in one of my classes, but I just can't remember the actual term for the hypothesis. But anytime I try to look up the term, I can only get Oedipus complex or mother fixation, which is not what it refers to. And it would take me far too askew to go look in my textbook. It would take too long to go do that. but it might be called like maternal genesis of mental illness or something like that. But yeah, it's never turned out to be true. BSK says super glib, sarcastic Bill Murray. I don't know if Bill Murray is sardonic in real life. I know he's, more of a, dry humor sort of guy. Um, but I don't know if he's sardonic. I think a better example of someone who's sardonic is Raphael from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He's sardonic. um, yeah, I can't even find it. And like it'll probably be like after we get offline, I'll remember it, but I can't remember it. But you can look up yourself. Like that sort of thing doesn't actually happen. Thank goodness. Who wants to inherit all their problems directly from their mother? Like we don't get enough problems from them already, from our parents. um, like we already, like I said, we already inherit many of their traits, both physical and psychological, including mental illnesses. But it'd be bad if we were past specific illnesses directly through in uterine, like in uterine connection. Like that would be crazy. But all right, guys, I am gone. Didn't mean for this to go so long, but it has been, somewhat productive. Again, we might talk about Men's Mental Health Month again, but if so, it'll probably be something very specific within that. I don't want to just regurgitate the same thing all over again because Mrs. Contrarian told me that I should try to diversify my topics more. So I'm going to keep doing that. But I am also going to keep talking about philosophy as well. But when I do, it's going to be like specific topics within philosophy. It just won't be philosophy itself. It'll be like something specific, like talking about um, the theory of how the mind works, or or ethical discussions like the trolley problem, stuff like that. So, with that being said, I'm gonna go, guys. Mouth is throat is kind of parched, and I need to run. All right, but thank you, guys.